אוקיי! וואו! זה יהיה מטורף. כי זה הולך להיות בין הסרטונים האחרונים שלי שאני הולך לעלות על אייס אטרני. יש עוד סרטון אחד שאני צריך לעלות, אותו הדבר גם עם נירוונה אינישיטיב, שאני צריך עדיין להשלים. כן, לא שכחתי מזה. אבל לפחות אני יכול להתפטר ממשחק אחד, שזה מטורף. נירוונה אינישיטיב, אני לא יודע אם אני אחליט לעשות, מתי אני אחליט לעשות את זה, אבל זה יהיה עם גייד, 1,000,000%. אבל משהו יותר רלוונטי לנו, האייס אטרני טרילוגי! הטרייל. בוי. זה בהחלט מטורף. מקווה שהכל יהיה טוב. ונתחיל את הטרייל. Bridge to Turnabout. Day 2 Trial. הפעלתי עכשיו את ההקלטה ל-Day 2 Trial. אז בואו נגיד בין הפעמים האחרונות שאצטרך להגיד את זה במשחק הזה. 10 לפברואר 9:39 טסטר קוד דפנדנט לובי 1. זה יהיה בין הפעמים האחרונות שאצטרך לעשות את זה, ובואו נעשה את זה. Come on. Oh, are you by yourself? Morning, Charles. Mr. Nick, please tell me, what's going to happen to Mystic Maya? My God, ושכחתי. להשתיק. תודה רבה. תודה רבה שהזכרת לי ששכחתי להשתיק. למה בכלל שולחים הודעות בשעה כזאת? What's going to happen to Mystic Maya? I'm sorry. We don't know yet. The investigation is still going on, so I wasn't allowed into the inner temple. Oh, I see. So is Sister Ira still trying to remove those trick locks in the training hall? No. She's the defendant in this case, so she can't be at the inner temple. She's required to be here in court. How come she's not here in the defendant's lobby? I have to admit, it's kinda strange. Oh. You're looking for Iris, Misa. Oh, Edgeworth! If you're looking for Iris, she's in the prosecutor's office. Edgeworth! What's Iris doing over there? She's going over today's testimony with the prosecutor as we speak. Today's testimony? You heard me. Iris is going to be testifying as a witness for the prosecution. Wait, what? The prosecutor is quizzing her for a confession. Or so I heard. Silver Karma, what are you up to? I know what you're thinking, but Franziska isn't going to be the prosecutor today. What? Then who is? Who else will it be but Godot? Godot. Oh my god. Okay. Franziska is engaged in some important work at the Sacred Cavern. The Sacred Cavern? You don't mean that she's... Exactly. She has been out there all night trying to remove those trick locks. With the head nun's assistance, naturally. We estimate that the last of the locks should be taken care of in about 3 hours. Oh wow, Yuffie! I hope everything will continue to go smoothly as we receive some good news soon. Yeah, thanks, Edgeworth. Prosecutor Godot intends to nail this case shut today. Be prepared to fight like there is no tomorrow. You don't have to tell me that. Hachi, I can already see it in your eyes. You're not the same fever-ridden, frantic maniac you were yesterday. It's strange. On the way here, I decided that today would be the end of all this. Almost immediately after I made my decision, I felt myself getting stronger. Interesting. Maybe you've passed your code to someone onto someone else. Literally. And with that, I'll leave the rest in your capable hands, partner. Thanks! Wow! Interesting. Still don't have answers for most of the riddles plaguing this case. The circumstances are in the matter of Mr. Lee Stoneham? No. I mean Misty Faye. The impossible flight Larry claims to have seen? And what that woman is really after. I will solve them all and bring this whole tragedy to an end. Salut בפברואר, 10 בוקר, דיסטריקט קורטרום 7. חזרנו לנורמל, אוקיי. אתה חזרת! יש! Court is now in session for the trial of Iris of Hazakura Temple. Phoenix! Your Honor, why are you? Oh, me? Well, my little brother came to visit me in my chambers earlier this morning. All of a sudden, in a blink of an eye, I developed a scorching fever and faint. Literally! Wow! Therefore, I will be staying in for him. I see, Your Honor. So they're brothers. That explains a lot. Poor brother. He looked a little bit pale, not to mention sad that he couldn't be here. It is impossible to predict what the future has in store for any of us. This is precisely why people feel the need to judge the past. And we of the court have been charged with the solemn duty of passing such judgment. Well said, Mr. Godot. I understood exactly what you said. At least, up until the end, anyway. Now then, Mr. Godot, please proceed with your opening statement. Humans are fragile, fickle beings. Our hearts change with the shifting of the tides. There's only one thing that remains a constant in this crazy world. The bitter darkness that lies at the bottom of this mug. Godot! Seriously? So then... forget it. What do you mean? During yesterday's trial, the accused refused to admit her role in the crime. But today, she had a change of heart. Sister Iris of Hazakura Temple has a confession to make. Confession? Defendant? Iris, why didn't you discuss this with me first? Very well. This court will now hear the defendant's confession. Upon meeting a beautiful lady, always ask for her name and profession. That's one of my rules. My name is Iris. I am but a single nun undergoing training at Hazakura Temple. Witness, is there something that you want to confess to? Yes. But first, I want to apologize to Mr. Wright. I can't continue lying to everyone anymore. It's alright. What is it? It's alright. I have to admit that I did play a part in this terrible incident. Are you actually confessing? Are you saying that you were the one who murdered Mr. Lee Stoneham? No, I'm not, Your Honor. I dealt with the cover-up after the murder took place. The spirit life. I took her the lifeless shell of Mystic Elise. I carried it to the Azakrat Temple courtyard where I desecrated it. What? Ma? Order in the court, order! Witness, are you saying that you were an accomplice to the murder? Yes, that's correct. What? 3 minutes in court and I'm already covered in cold sweat. Ha! Everyone on the planet is an accomplice to something. It just happens to be that in this case, it's to murder. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright? No. So this is the confession that we're conferring about. I hate to say this. It looks like Iris's testimony was all a lie. Now then, little lady, if you don't mind, I've got a question for you. Whose crime were you trying to cover up by your actions? Iris was covering for someone? I'm definitely up the creek without a paddle. Or a life jacket. I've been at Azakrat Temple ever since I was a little girl. Azakrat Temple is run by one of the branch families of the Korean tradition. One of our missions is to protect the main family. Sorry, but main family? Yes, and that's why I would dirty myself if need be, to protect her. Dar, the master of the Korean channeling technique. Mystic Maya Faye. Huh? Wake up and smell the coffee, Troit. She's maybe Maya? Or the court. Not only did you witness the murder, but you know the name of the murderer. I'm terribly sorry. That's true. I saw her commit a crime with my very eyes. לא בקינג אמר שכל הפעלה של הבראנץ' פמילי זה להפיל את המיין פמילי? לא פרוטקט, אלא להביס, להפיל. בתור יסוד, אפשר אפילו להגיד. וואו, איריס. I done cleaned up the area to try and protect her. That's ridiculous! My God, that was it! Thanks to refrain from commenting until the appropriate time. Bro. Now, witness, let's hear a testimony. What exactly happened on the night of the crime? Yes, Your Honor. Well, I was prepared for the unexpected. But I would imagine the case would wind up going in this direction. The fucking צוחק עליי. What did they in a temple that night and saw it all happening in the garden? So Mystic Elise struck Mystic Maya with her staff. Well, Mystic Maya was stumbling. Mystic Elise moved to deliver the fell strike. Mystic Maya tried to discipline the defend herself but stole the weapon. It was only in self-defense. Can't blame her for it. So it wasn't self-defense. Yes. Mystic Elise was the one who attacked first. That's why I tried my best to protect Mystic Maya. You moved the victim's body to the temple so that Maya wouldn't be suspected. Is that right? Not bad. You've got the instincts of a true criminal. I think that's quite right. Sure, it was established yesterday, but Iris never went to the inner temple that night. And the person who did go was that woman. Iris even admitted it. Now then, Mr. Wright, please proceed with your cross-examination. So mistakenly struck Mystic Man with her staff. Zachi! بالبوتي. Go. בוא נגיד את האמת. אין שום מוטיב שאליס תפגע במאיה, כי אליס היא מיסטית. פרפקט. מתחילים מהדברים הקלים. Elise Donna would never have attacked Maya Fey. How can you be so sure? Because the victim's real name was not Elise Donna. Her real name was Misty Fey. Fey? No, not Misty Fey. Who is this Misty Fey? Is she related to Misty Fey is the master of the Korean channeling technique. She's also the mother of Maya Fey. Are you serious? As Bullman motive. Is it really true, Mr. Wright? Was this done actually the great mystic Misty? There's no doubt about it. Looks like Iris had no idea. I can hardly believe it. The idea that she would try to kill her only daughter, what she hasn't seen in 17 years. Perhaps the prosecution can offer some explanation for why she would do such a thing. Yes! Flawless! Order in the court. There's no doubt about it. That certainly is odd. I find it difficult to believe that a mother would try to kill her own daughter. And motive. If it turns out I'm wrong about this, I'll quit my day job and open up a coffee house. I like to believe that domestic violence cases like these never occur, but unfortunately, they're all too common. That's why people drink bitter coffee, you know. You've brought to light a very interesting fact, Mr. Wright. I must agree with the prosecution that domestic violence is not all that rare. You don't mean that fact that they were mother and daughter doesn't itself disprove the witness's claims. I think it would be best if we return to the testimony at hand. Yes, Your Honor. Somehow, looks like I'm gonna have to find another contradiction in her testimony. Something more conclusive than this. I saw Maya stumbling, mistakenly moved to deliver the final strike. She tried to defend herself and stole the weapon. But only in self-defense. Stole the weapon! Maya weapon! Hold it! And then? Mystic Maya, she turned things around and then she used the weapon she had taken and launched forward for a strike. אני חייב להמשיך בו, אני לא חוזר את ה-obvious contradiction. Witness, are you absolutely certain? Yes, but believe me, she had no choice. Mystic Maya had done something. Maya's fate would have been written on this autopsy report instead. Yes, I see. This is bad. Still can't put the pieces together. Let's find contradiction in her testimony. Maya's going to be blamed for all of this. I only have this to say. Self-defense. She moved in to deliver a failed strike? Yes, I'm sure of it. She threw down her staff and reached into a rope for a weapon. What? Wait a minute! What was this weapon? It was some Stoneham tried to stab her with this weapon. To kill Miss Faye. Yes, exactly. The same as a balist! The same as a balist! You look like I did after I mistakenly took a swig of Worcestershire sauce. You have a problem with the testimony we've heard from your client, lawyer boy? You have a problem? Yes! Your Honor! I have a small problem with the witness's testimony. You do? This witness is your own client. Yes, nevertheless. That's fine. Witness, let's add your last statement to the testimony. Yes, sir. Hey, just a moment. It's my job to say that. Listen, Gramps. I won't say it again. Final judgment will be rendered by me. See if it's about testimony. Okay, now. Let's continue. She threw her staff away and pulled a dagger from inside her room. Objection! Sister Iris, there's something strange about your version of events. Huh? Miss Stoney throwing her staff away makes no sense at all to me. What the hell I can do? If a staff has hit someone? Naturally, you would know this, Sister Iris, but the victim's staff had a special feature about it. As you can see, it's a sword. Oh. And if Elise Donen really had wanted to kill Maya Fey, she would have needed to use a separate dagger. No, but she had already a beautiful blade in her hands already. That are concrete. Order in the court. But first, during the witness's testimony, it seems natural enough. However, in light of some facts that have just been presented, one, that the victim supposedly threw the sword during a fight, and two, that the people battling to death were mother and daughter, despite the facts being unbelievable when taken on their own. When taken together, the entire story seems difficult to believe. Listen, there's nothing in this world that is impossible. Except for one little thing. Yes? And what is this one little impossible thing? Still don't get it. Well, I'll go down after. If they made me buy beans around the roasted. But you have no idea, Gramps. You get to your point. I heard this witness's confession this morning. Just as I taken the first sip of my eighth cup of morning coffee. You're going to ruin your health, my friend. Anyway, after hearing this woman's confession, the detective who loves investigates sent to the scene of the crime. And discovered this little beauty. Is that the dagger the witness testified to seeing? Obviously, Your Honor. But do you not notice something else? Now that you mention it, feel closely, there appears to be blood on it. Where did you find that? I didn't see that when I investigated the crime scene. Did you investigate the pine tree at the crime scene? Huh? The pine tree? This dagger was stuck in the back side of the pine tree. When the last blow was struck, ending the violent battle between the two women, this little baby was thrown in the direction of the back of the pine tree. Which means blood on the dagger belongs to the victim, correct? Are you even listening, old man? I first heard this confession this morning. Just I had taken the first sip of my 13th cup of morning coffee. Didn't you say it was your age just a few minutes ago? I didn't have time to get the blood analyzed on such short notice. In any case, the court will accept the dagger as evidence. Furthermore, I ordered a blood test to be performed on it immediately. This is my sweetheart. Make sure you treat her right. Bailiff, get this piece of evidence to the crime lab for testing immediately. Okay. Now then. The testimony I've just heard had numerous unbelievable aspects to it. However, after having found the very dagger the witness spoke of, I believe we can consider her testimony to be credible. Ma? My logic! Good girls never lie. Ever. In any case, witness, could you please testify again to this court? About what, Your Honor? About the incident you saw. The battle between the two women. Yes, Your Honor. What testimony? Wow. Mystic Maya stumbled briefly after being hit over the head with the staff. But then she dodged Mystic Elise's next attack and stole her weapon. So the Mystic Elise was the one on the defensive, with her back on the stone lantern. That's when Mystic Maya stabbed Mystic Elise. Mystic Elise managed to fling the knife away, but then she collapsed. That was a very heartbreaking story. I don't know if there were any bad feelings between them, but it hadn't been 17 years since Mystic Misty's disappearance. Perhaps they simply didn't recognize each other anymore. That seems reasonable. Now then, Mr. Wright, proceed with your cross-examination. Okay. Maya stumbled of being hit and stuff. But then dodged Elise and stole the weapon. Suddenly Elise was on the defense of the back of the lantern. That's when Maya stabbed Elise. Elise managed to fling the knife away, but then she collapsed. Fling the knife? I'm a dying message! למה מראים לנו פה ספציפית על תמונה? בדרך כלל מראים לנו תמונה אז יש contradiction. פה. Elise was on the defensive with the back of the lantern. That's when Maya stabbed Elise. Are you absolutely certain that's what you saw? Yes, I'm almost certain. Almost? The ground was dark. I couldn't really tell who was who. What did you say? So in other words, it could have been someone else entirely.
Objection!
We know that Maya Fey was at the inner temple that night. And that the woman that was killed was Elise Dolan. Isn't it fairly obvious who attacked who? I haven't anything to counter that yet. Hold on, witness, please continue with your testimony. Yes, Your Honor. two of them faced each other for a moment. Then Mystic Maya rushed straight into Mystic Misty. Elise. Now Mystic Elise doubled over and fell to the ground. She was stabbed in the stomach, huh? Yes. What happened to the victim's staff then? I'm not sure. The arrow was really dark, so I really couldn't see. I got knocked away somewhere as the fight escalated. That makes sense. I would explain for the need for a dagger. Mystic Elise placed the dagger to strike, but Mystic Maya dodged at the last second. The girl struck the lantern and fell to the ground. At some point, Mystic Maya picked it up. I think someone is especially stage. The victim did when the murder was stolen from her. זה כנראה אני עשיתי על הדודג'. You say the Mafia turned the tables on the victim? Yes. But Mystic Maya wasn't herself at the time. After all, her life was in danger. I can believe it. You know, Maya cornering someone at knife point? It's just silly. As they say, a cornered fox is more dangerous than a jackal. I believe the correct description of a cornered fox is scared and petrified. Your animal analogies have grown tiresome. You were the one who started it! Anyway, after Maya fade back the victim into the stolen land to what happened next. Where did the dagger go? I have no idea. It was dark and I couldn't see. According to the detective who found the dagger, it was stuck into the pine tree in the garden. More likely it was flung towards the tree after the struggle. It's the most likely explanation, yes. After being stabbed in the stomach, did the victim collapse right away? Now that I think about it, she seemed to stare at Mystic Maya for a while. And Mystic Maya stood there, not moving an inch. It felt for a moment like time had just stopped. But then suddenly, as if the spell went off, Mystic Elise fell over. Seems like a reasonable story at first, but there's one thing that's completely impossible. The very idea of Maya stabbing someone. I love this impossible, which means this faulty testimony must contain our contradiction in it somehow. Ula, talisman? No. Not talisman. Aris, where were you standing when you witnessed all this? Well, if either of them had noticed you, they might not have continued their battle. I wonder if that's true. Two of them. They were standing near the garden stone lantern. I was watching the whole thing from behind. It was dark where the two of them were, so... I think that's why they didn't see me. It was dark in the garden when the murder took place. What did Miss Maya Fey do after she was struck? Yeah, Zaya City. Say. So in other words, could have been someone else entirely.
Objection!
הניחוש שלי. מה עם פרל? פרל הייתה בצד של האינר טמפל. בצד של האינר טמפל. פרל הייתה. וגם מה היה המוניב של אליס? להגיע לאינר טמפל סייד? למה שאליס תלך לאינר טמפל? וגם יש את פרל שמה. Contradiction. Dodging stole the weapon. Being stabbed in the stomach, did the victim collapse right away? Now I think of it. She stabbed Mystic Maya for a while. And Mystic Maya stood at not moving an inch. But Octavia stopped. Then, as the spell fell over, Misty fell. למה אי אפשר פשוט לקחת את dying message כאבידנס? A crystal sphere. נותן לשאול דברים. Hanging scroll buttons of blue. מה עכשיו? אוקיי, אני האמת באמת מבולבל. אני אזרוק את החבר היחיד שיש לי. אוקיי. יש לי את הסרטון. עכשיו נסמק את המקום, יכול להציג אותו בלייב. עכשיו אני צריך לסדר בסרטון. אויי שזה ממש מוקדם בטרייל. שאני נתקע בהתחלה של הטרייל. What the fuck? מה הלוג'יק שהמשחק רוצה שאני אלך? איפה זה? תקראו לי מטומטם עד שהשעות המאוחרות בלילה.
Objection!
האוטופסי אומר שהוא שאליס נתקעה מאחורה. Something about what you just said isn't right today, Iris. Huh? Until now, I didn't think you were the type to make such a careless mistake. However, the testimony just gave contains quite a few contradictions. What do you mean? What's so wrong about my testimony? According to you, Maya Fey stabbed the victim while she had her back to the stone lantern, correct? Yes, that's right. But in that case, the victim would have been stabbed in the stomach, right? Yes, I think so. But according to the autopsy report, the cause of death was due to blood loss from a stab wound in the back. Huh. This proves that the victim was stabbed from behind, not from the front. Sister Iris, it appears that Iris' seed of doubt is sprouted from your testimony. Okay, wow, an idiot. What is the meaning of this, Mr. Wright? It's simple. People are like books. We've got all fronts and a back. You got my drift? Is that all you have to say? You also say that darkness loves to play with human minds. Objection! Could you please knock it off with the cheesy proverbs and illogical metaphors already? The point is, too much of the system and just doesn't make sense. Running away useful staff, people fighting being mother and daughter, and now she falsely claims that the victim was stabbed in the stomach. There certainly are some inconsistencies. Well, Iris, how about it? Well, it's just... Yeah, it's me. You're just being too naive about the whole thing. What do you mean? There are 253 different types of bitterness in coffee. But to pick out each one requires all concentration and the use of all the senses. Are you really concentrating on what this witness actually said? Prosecutor, don't explain yourself. The witness was quite unambiguous about her own ambiguities when she said that the garden was dark and she couldn't see clearly. Human needs one thing to see clearly, and that is light. Light. By the way, did you know? Hazakura has a rule that on nights when an acolyte is in the inner temple trade, the stone lantern in the garden must be kept lit. I did wonder what that stone lantern was there for. Well, if that's true, should the witness have been able to see the crime more clearly? Normally, yes, Your Honor. Burkhardt had none, Sister Bikini. On the night of the crime, it was impossible to light that stone lantern. Impossible? It hadn't been used a long time, and the wick was no good. In other words, it had to have been nearly pitch black in the garden. There could have been a faint light coming from the training hall, but that's all. Oh, some lightning. I thought this would escape. Yes, the illuminating fact has chased all of the contradictions away. If the staff was dropped, it would be difficult to see. It also explains why they didn't recognize each other. We can't see the demons that lurk in the night. That's why humans are weak. Is that right, Wright? Oh! Order! Here you are. Let me present you the stone lantern to... Oh, suck us off! Maybe it will rekindle the flame of trust in your mind. He's just sitting there with that look on his face. What's wrong, bro? Was that flame too hot? This lantern. There's something written on it. It's written in blood. Oh boy! But the judge didn't know about that yet. It's written in blood? It says Maya upside down. What the? Oh yes, that's right. After being cornered and stabbed by Mystic Maya, Mystic Elise didn't fall down right away. She must have been writing that on the stone lantern behind her. With the blood that was draining out of her body. Certainly looks that way.
Objection!
Hang on just a minute. What are you all talking about? What do you mean, what are we all talking about? We're talking about the message written in blood! Nonsense! This lantern, it's as clean as a whistle. Could it be? You can't see the bloody writing at all? Now think about it. You did say something to me yesterday. עדיין לא רואה הכל, כמו צבע אדום. So that's what he meant by that. In any case, this is importantly an important clue. Obviously an important clue. We now know that the crime scene was dark. And that the victim scrawled this message on the stone lantern. Well, Mr. Cadote, anything further? Mr. Cadote? Okay then. Let's move on. I was literally shaking and somehow I don't think it's from a caffeine overdose. I believe it has now been established that Miss Donham was killed by Maya Fey. That's just wrong! It's time to turn our attention to you. Yes, sir. After the victim died, you did something, didn't you? Let's hear it. We're all ears. Okay. After Mr. Elise died, I called out to Mystic Maya. I thought it was my duty to protect the future of the Korean tradition. So I removed the body from the inner temple by myself. I dragged it behind all the way across the ski bridge. And I used the snowmobile to carry it back to Hazakura Temple and... I used the Shijishito to alter the way the wound looked. So you moved the body? Yes. I was raised at Hazakura Temple. And a great deal thanks to the Fey clan. Even so, I never imagined that this Tony was actually Misty Fey. I've committed a terrible sin. Terrible trick of fate. I believe you're looking for a twist of fate, Your Honor. I intended to return to the inner temple by taking care of the body, but... It was spotted by the head nun, correct? Yes, that's why I couldn't go back. Story makes sense, I suppose. It's alright, go ahead with your cross-examination. Yes, Your Honor. It's pretty amazing they could make it all the way across. It's a rickety old bridge. It looks worse than it is. Surprisingly sturdy despite its age. It's like they say, idiots are too stupid to catch even a simple cold. But there's one other thing that bothers me. Why don't you just throw the body into the river? It would have been much easier to drag it all the way to Hazakura Temple. I thought I would still cast too much suspicion on Mystic Maya. That's why I tried to take the body as far away as possible. Huh. Makes perfect sense to me. For the time being. Anyway, what did you do after you crossed the bridge? The snowmobile? I think that would show up sooner or later. Yes, I have the key. As the snowmobile traveled from Hazakura Temple to Dusky Bridge. This is the part that wasn't questioned the other day. Can I ask for more details? About the tracks. If you really did move her body by snowmobile, there should have been tracks left in the snow, right? Yes, actually you would expect tracks. This picture was presented at yesterday's trial. Are these tracks from that ride? Yes, I think they are. But I can only see one set of tracks here. I can see what's so strange about that. Snow was still falling when I left Hazakura Temple. See, snow was still falling, huh? And then when the murder took place, they had already stopped. That's why there are such fresh looking tracks. How about it, Mr. Wright? What do you think about this testimony? Very important! When the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. Snow stopped? ב-10:50. Lightning 10:45. It doesn't make sense if you stack up against the other evidence. Your Honor, I like the statement Iris just made added to the testimony. What? Does it have something to do with the case? All will be made clear if you allow her statement to be added to the record. Huh. This should be fun. You, let's get this snow business cleared up, shall we? Yes, sir. By the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. טוב, אני קורא לזה גוש שלם של בולשיט! מה? Huh? There have been a lot of contradictions in your testimony so far. This time, are you sure it's all true? Yes, I am. When the murder happened, the snow had already stopped. According to you, that's why the snowmobile tracks were so clear. That's right. I'm certain of it. I think I've trapped her this time. I have some points to be present. Say how you think. Snow, huh? What is going on here? The snow really had stopped by the time of the murder. It means there's a bigger hole in the story than that movie, The Grid Revelations. Huh. Well then, Mr. Wright. Mr. Wright. Perhaps you'd like to share your theory with us. Let's see what's up your sleeve. Or at the end of your index finger. I want to believe it, but I don't think my logic is failing me. Iris is trying to pin the mirror on Maya. Well, why would she want to do that? There's only one reason I can think of. Oh, I don't know where they now. El Larry? Lord. רגע, אולי אני צריך לעשות פרס, לסיים את כל הטקסט של הפרס. Oh, where are they? We got a lightning Sadowski bridge.
Objection!
Huh? Alright, Sadowski bridge. Lecture ya bash.
Objection!
Doesn't come. The half from the air to Pagoda was not lit on the night of the crime. Had stopped slowly. That?
Objection!
No. Okay, at least they tried.
Hold it! Hold it!
Automobile? Yes, I had the key. I used the snowmobile to jump from Hazakrat up with Dusky Bridge. This is the part that wasn't questioned the other day. Can I ask for more details? But a lot of things to go after this system. I just had the key to the snowmobile. There's nothing strange about that. Mr. Bob would never be suspected. That's why I robbed them, and then I used the Shichishito to lock the wound. No, zero relevant. Aloha, what a data!
Objection!
Excellent wear data! Okay, guys, ما להשתמש בצ'יט, שזה walkthrough. Excellent wear data! אני הייתי חייב לפתוח את הטסטמוני הזה, אבל אני לא עושה פה פרזנט בטסטמוני שאני פתחתי, אלא זה בטסטמוני הזה. אני עושה את ה-wear data. מה? מה? Claim that it's not already stopped when the murder took place. Well, I'm sorry, Iris. That just isn't possible. What? This is the wear data from the night of the murder. According to this, the snow didn't stop until 10:50. Well, you couldn't have crossed Dusky Bridge at that time. Why do you say that? Because 5 minutes before the snow stopped, Dusky Bridge was struck by lightning and had caught on fire. What did you say? The bridge? It was on fire? I didn't mean to say you didn't know about it. It was because of that lightning strike that the bridge burned down. What? But it can't be. It looks like you still haven't figured it out. No matter how hard you try to deceive or conceal the truth, you can't put the wall over the eyes of the real defense attorney. No! שרפנתי! לא יהיה אפשר לעשות את זה קודם, כי לא היה ידוע מתי היה המרדר! והנה עכשיו עם הטסטמוני של המרדר, אז אחר כך נפתח הקטע הזה. אומייגאד, אני אידיוט. Order. The bridge was already on fire when the incident took place. That's right, the Eden Temple was already totally cut off from the outside world. There's no way you could have crossed the bridge, body or no body. Witness, even my patience has its limits. For a while, I will find you in contempt of court. Do you have anything to say for yourself?
Objection!
The only person here that is truly contemptible is you. Old man. Me? How dare you? Whether this witness lie or not doesn't mean squat right now. Squat? The important thing now is to find the truth. Is that right? Yes, of course, but whether it was snowing or not snowing, or whether the bridge was burning or not, there are two facts that can't be disputed. First, the body of Elise Dolan was discovered in the Hazakura Temple courtyard. And second, it had none since the beginning. With this iris desecrating Elise Dolan's body. That's a good point on both accounts. That's right. I'm not lying. What are you claiming this time? I wasn't myself at all that night. Sorry, my snow was somewhat hazy.
Objection!
Yet stood at the witness stand and testified this entire time. Are you telling us now that your memory of that night is hazy?
Objection!
It was only human to err. If you're so perfect, Wright, maybe you can explain this to the court. What is it? When the murder happened, the bridge had already burned down. Some of the body traveled across the bridge and was found in the temple courtyard. Perhaps you have some kind of perfect explanation for this little magic trick? Well, not exactly, no. There must be some other way to get across the burned out bridge. But unless I can somehow demonstrate it, we'll never know the truth. Looks like the defense is not prepared to offer a suitable explanation. See what I mean? In other words, you're in no position to suggest that this lady's testimony isn't the truth. Right then. Witness, let's hear your testimony once more. My what, Your Honor? You admit that you moved the victim's body. Nevertheless, your prior testimony contains a rather large inconsistency. Please add an explanation of that into your testimony. Yes, Your Honor. Will this be her final testimony? I did walk you over to the bridge. There is no way to move the body. You must have just gone confused, I guess? Is the snow still falling or had it stopped? Does it really matter that much? Or are you saying that there are ways to cross the burning bridge? There's a way to cross the burning bridge. There was just a misunderstanding, I see. This is the Philadelphia Bridge after it burned down from the lightning blast. It was taken on the morning after the incident. Ah. Charlie was burned to a crisp, but the suspension wire didn't snap. It's amazing the whole bridge didn't fall. Clearly, it would be impossible to carry a corpse across a bridge in this condition. Okay. Unless I do something to discredit this testimony, it's going to be deemed as the truth. And Maya will be accused of murder! Right. I'm going to say it one more time. It is only human to err. And only humans can spot the errors of our ways. The more sense he makes, the less sense he makes. Bruh. Alright, Mr. Wright, please begin your final cross-examination. בוא נעשה את זה, ובוא נקווה שאני לא אצטרך להשתמש בצ'יטים שלי. There was no way to move the body, so I'm confused. Or are you saying there's a way to cross the burning bridge? אני יכול להגיד, טכנית, יש את לארי! Okay, wow. A dead body flying over a burning bridge. Would exactly rule out that possibility. What? Ha! You're saying it's possible. Don't make me laugh. The only thing that's possible about your claim is that it's been pulled out of thin air. I don't know about that. In any case, we have a witness who did see it happen. Who is it? Who is this witness? Can't check it out here. I'll keep on going to attack. And go, go, go! Miss Lee Stoneham's brilliant, highly gifted apprentice, Laurie Stoneham. Highly gifted. Apprentice? Remember what he said in his testimony? That night he was in the mountain shack, Heavenly Hall. And that's when he witnessed the event. I think you've all seen this sketch before. It's an exact drawing of what he witnessed that night. Are you serious? Today is not April Fool's Day yet now, is it? Mr. Wright, are you seriously claiming the victim flew through the air? And you're using this pathetic scribble to support your argument? Oh, the judge looks like he's about to blow a gasket. Huh. Well, Troy, there's nowhere for you to hide now. Other than looking like it was drawn by a 6-year-old. Does this sketch prove anything? Yes, I'm pretty sure it does, and I'm going to prove it. Listen, I know your tricks. You're trying to turn this whole thing upside down. If you're so eager to turn this case upside down, why not start with a sketch? Upside down? Wait, don't say that. Right then, let's hear the defense's theory. What exactly is the sketch trying to show? I don't think old Whisker Face is going to forgive any more mistakes. Right, Phoenix. We'll carefully think over it. This sketch, drawn by Elise Stoneham, is... אני מתבן זה לא evidence of nothing, כי אחר כך לא הייתי מקבל את זה. או פשוט Exactly what happened? Of course the victim was flying for the air. You can see it right there in the sketch. Whoosh! No. Started to remind me of yesterday's witness. What? That was the last thing I wanted to hear. Do you have any evidence that the victim flew for the air? Just so you know, we haven't discovered a giant human catapult at the inner temple yet. Wish they had. Even if you're a lousy lawyer, at least you're 1 cup's worth of entertainment. I think we should skip the penalty this time. Must be some way. I just know it. There must be a way to use Larry's sketch to show the truth of what happened. Right then, the witness read out the testimony. Okay, זה היה פשוט. Stop. As complete contradiction. Something is obviously funny about the sketch. Not an art critic, but even I can see that. No, that's not what I mean, Your Honor. Roy Stone stated over and over that this sketch is exactly as he saw it. However, if we were to believe his testimony, then the sketch contradicts reality as we know it. It contradicts reality? This is getting interesting. Looks like you're back on that finger-pointing thing again. Okay, Troy. So what exactly contradicts reality as we know it? זה. הקצוות. כי בתמונה, הקצוות הן בעצם למטה. It's this wire connected to the bridge. A wire? הנה, רק בשביל להראות למה אני מתכוון. ה-wires הם למטה, לא למעלה. Wire? Huh! Is that the thing that contradicts reality? It is indeed. Then show us the reality it supposedly conflicts with. Show us something that will point how this sketch contradicts reality. Let's keep it small. That's a fellow dusky bridge, correct? Yes. Now compare the sketch to the photo for a minute. In the sketch, the wires appear to be above the guard wires. While on the actual dusky bridge, chopping jeepers hot. The wires are below the guard wires. What? Order! This sketch is somewhat different than what was depicted in the photo. However, is it likely that the artist saw it wrong? Or perhaps it's truly wrong? Either way, sounds like you're just wrong. If someone like Loris admit the mistake is a definite possibility. But then that begs the question. Why did he make a mistake? What was the reason? You're saying you know the answer to that? Listen, think back, alright? Remember what Maurice was doing when he witnessed this event. He was in Heavenly Hall waiting for a lover that was never going to come. He waited and waited, and finally he lay down. But then, lightning shoots from the sky and sets the bridge aflame. Now ponder what sort of position Maurice must have been at the time. Was lying on his back, which is why he'll remember the scene the way he did. Was lying on his back. Can't see how it relates. But it does, Your Honor. That's the reason why the wires in the sketch go up instead of down. Ah. No way. Maurice Stone witnessed the event while he was lying on his back, face up. In other words, the scene that he saw was actually upside down. Okay. So then, this sketch should actually... I think you finally get it, Your Honor. The correct way to view Maurice Stone's sketch is like this. This is how it should have looked. It should actually look. The victim's body wasn't flying above the bridge. It was actually swinging below. That's right, just like a pendulum. Ridiculous. Or. Of all things to say, a pendulum. The bridge was buried to a crisp. There's nobody across it. But if the body had been found at the inner temple, it would have caused problems. This is where the criminal decided to take a gamble. They used the burning bridge to get the body across to the other side. And the pendulum was the only way to get it done.
Objection!
Let's think about this for a minute, shall we? Dusky Bridge is about 20 yards long, which means it's about that far from the inner temple to the opposite side, to the opposite cliff. Yes, that sounds right. In order to cover that distance with the pendulum, you need a rope at least 10 yards long. You got a rope that long, you have to plan ahead.
Objection!
The lightning strike that night can only have been an accident. So it does make sense that culprit would have prepared the rope beforehand. So then, they didn't have to get the rope ready. The rope was already right in front of them. What? I'm saying that it was just a matter of using what was there or what was already there. In that case, Mr. Wright, this doesn't give us an example to support your theory. What makes the defend that criminal had a rope to create a pendulum? At the Dusky Bridge.
Take that!
The meaning of this is... You don't know where the rope came from. It's hanging right there in front of your glorious beard. Ah, this is one of the wires from the bridge. When the lightning struck the bridge and set on fire, one of the suspension wires came loose from its anchor. The criminal didn't have any time to waste, so they tied the wire around Ellie Stoning's body. Perfect. Because there was simply no other way to move the body. Ugh. Both of them. Hello, Close, I have the extra sound effect. Step it out. Ah! It seems that Mr. Cadot is more focused on his coffee than answering my question. It seems that the odds of a rope being readily available were very high. So I suppose that it's not an impossibility after all.
Objection!
Possible or impossible? That's not the question we need to ask. There's only one question. Did that really happen? That's right. I wonder if you can prove what happened to us. Do you have any actual evidence to support our body swung the pendulum? אחד, תמונה של אסטיברג. ככה, מפה, עובר לכאן. אז מפה, זה אומר שהקצה הזה, וואי, לפה, בום, טוב. פרפקטו! For our present evidence, let me review what we know so far. Credits for when the wire snapped. Looking at the map, we can see it's one of the wires that was in front of the inner temple. Then, what that was the spot where the criminal? Yes, precisely. Now let's consider the body's movement by looking at the overhead map again. If the body was pushed from this point here, oh my god, it would drop on the opposite side at approximately this point. Did you say drop? Well, they must have failed to catch the body on the other bank. What? What makes you think something like that happened? I have evidence that suggests her body dropped some distance. What kind of evidence? Take a look at this autopsy report. It says here that her body fell about 10 feet after her death. 10 feet, huh? That's the most likely height difference between the two sides. The body overswung due to the forward momentum, but then came loose and fell about 10 feet. And then, as a result of the landing impact, this crystal sphere was knocked loose. That's... Yes! This blood-stained amethyst crystal is the one that came off of Miss Elise Donim's staff. And even more important is the place where this crystal sphere was found. Indeed. I believe it's already marked on this overhead map. The crystal was found. Ah! Precisely, Your Honor! In this very spot where the pendulum would have arrived if given the right amount of speed. Perfect! This explains your theory quite well, Mr. Wright. That provided us with the way a body could have been moved to that night. Impressive deduction, Mr. Wright. Most impressive. Ow. Mr. Wright! Ouch. I thought this cold coffee might calm you down. What is the meaning of this, Mr. Cardot? אפשר להפסיק לזרוק קפה? יעזור לי מאוד. That was a dark and bitter guess that you made, right? You forgot about one thing. Oh, and what would that be? The aroma. Coffee's most reliable accomplice. It's deep and profound aroma. The rest of the court doesn't speak Coffinese. Can you elaborate a bit more? If the criminal had set the body to the other side, as like you say, then actually there must have been an accomplice saying a way to catch it. An accomplice? The criminal wasn't able to cross Dusky Bridge. So, who collected the body? What do you have to say to that, Schroit? That is correct. This can't be a work of a single person. Well, Mr. Wright, you know what you must do. Yes, Your Honor. Well, I could have made it to Hazakura Temple without an accomplice. Well then, if you please, Mr. Wright. Who was the person that received the body on the Hazakura Temple side? Iris! Take that! can only be you, Sister Iris. Huh? Bye. I didn't see why you're so surprised. The only way to transport the body from the ski bridge is by snowmobile. But with her bad back, Sister McKay could never pick up a body like that. You're the only one that could have managed it.
Objection!
Right. Were you even listening to the witness's testimony? On the night of the crime, there's no cure bomb. I was on cleanup duty in the inner temple after the Mardar bloodbath.
Objection!
I haven't forgotten, but have you, Mr. Godot? This business was also seen at Hazakura Temple. Desecrating the corpse of the victim. Indeed. It's almost as if... on that night, the defendant was in two different places at the same time. וזה בדיוק התוכנית שלי, baby! Sister Iris, let me ask you something. Why didn't you mention it was your first... Why didn't you mention it when you first gave your testimony? Mention what? The pendulum, of course. Using the sketch drawn by an eyewitness, I've established how the body was moved using the burned-out bridge. Which means it's not a fact that this occurred. Something you should have already known. Oh, I had no idea. I didn't know anything about a pendulum. But the body can't have been passed along to the other side without your help. So you should have known about it. In fact, it would be impossible for you to be clueless about this whole thing. Unless you're not really Iris to begin with. What? Ah! Oh boy. Oh boy! How can you say that, Mr. Wright? What kind of nonsense is this? You're saying that this witness isn't Iris and has the correct temple?
Objection!
Are you serious, Wright? You mean this woman is... There's no one besides Iris that could have received the corpse that night. Now I get it. Now I know why I've been sick to my stomach this whole trial. Why her whole demeanor changed so suddenly from yesterday. And why she's trying to pin this murder on Maya. That woman that's standing at the witness stand, her real name is Dahlia fucking Hawthorne! I've never thought I'd have to utter your name again, let alone see you! It's been a long time! Dahlia Hawthorne! Hawthorne? Sister Iris had a twin sister. And you're looking at her, Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. That name rings some bells. Just the bells, but bells nonetheless. Ha! It's just your imagination, Gramps. This file contains all the relevant data about Dahlia Hawthorne. Yes, I remember now. That case. 5 years ago. Dahlia. In Winston, Vermeer. Well, according to this, Dahlia Hawthorne is already dead. It says her execution was carried out last month. על הדרך שנייה אני רגע רוצה לעשות את זה. זה יהיה מעניין אם אני אצליח לגרום לזה לעבוד. אז אני פשוט אעשה סקרינשוטס. יש לי משהו. תראו את זה אחר כך מתי שזה יהיה יותר כמו ווד. אם אני אצליח לעשות את זה. So what? That was no meeting in this courtroom. Oh, what? Carry on. Or. Wait a moment. How can you... My sister, she's already dead. What kind of...
Objection!
Yeah, well, people should already understand. After all, the blood of the master of the great channel technique flows within that body. Great channel technique. Now, where have I heard that? That's right. You're not Dahlia Hoffman herself. You're the spirit of Dahlia, currently inhabiting the body of a spirit medium. What an exciting story. Exciting, but quite impossible. You're asking us to buy that Dahlia Hoffman just happened to be channeled by someone on the very night of the murder to a temple where her twin sister Iris was. Well, if you're going to put things that way, then yes.
Objection!
You're supposed to believe a coincidence like that just happens?
Objection!
Naturally, it was no coincidence. The whole thing was part of the plan from the very beginning. It's all written right here in these instructions. Oh, what's that? These instructions were written by your mother, Morgan Fay. And part of the plan called for Dahlia Hoffman to be chanted. That night, there were 2 irises at Hazakura Temple. 2 of them. Even the time of the channeling was planned out. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, in other words, 10 p.m. However, Iris was seen before dinner time. That means the Iris that was at dinner was the real Iris. And the Iris who gave me this hood in the main hall was also the real Iris. Meaning that the Iris is the bikini side in a temple. But someone else just as her, namely one Dahlia Hoffman.
Objection!
Do you even know what you're saying, Troy? So channeling the spirit of Dahlia Hoffman business. Yes, it's true that you found plans that talk about it. However, there's one thing that's perfectly clear. The witness is currently standing is the witness stand is the real Iris. What? Calm down, remember what you know about the night of the crime. After meeting Sister Bikini and Dahlia Hoffman, the happy channel, who have been stranded at the inner temple due to the lightning strike. It was there that the body was moved by a pendulum. That's right. Naturally, that will mean that the Iris that received the body was the real Iris. Are you with me so far? Yes. After being notified of what happened, the police came at Hazakura Temple's main hall. There they found Iris in a room and arrested her. And ever since, she's been under police supervision at the detention center. Yes, I suppose. I can't deny any of that. Whew, thank goodness. Looks like he's finally convinced. But something still seems off. Way off! I'm still not convinced that the Iris here is the same one from the other night. Suppose you're about to say something really ridiculous? Like, the real Iris and the spirit of Dahlia somehow switched places. Switched places? To be perfectly honest, there are still quite a few things I don't understand, but I do. But I do know that unless we confirm the witness's identity, We can't continue with this trial. Iris doesn't have the spiritual power needed to channel Dahlia. Which means we must have switched places somewhere. Well, Mr. Wright, since the time she was arrested at Hazakura Temple, have there been any chances for us to switch places with Dahlia Hawthorne? There is one. You're wrong. I think there might have been one chance. Oh, explain yourself. Yesterday, for a few minutes, Iris's whereabouts were unknown. Unknown? What do you mean? What I mean is, there was a span of time in which Iris was able to move freely unsupervised. Well, who was it? Who would give the murderer? Who would give a murderer time to move about freely like that? Sorry, I didn't mean to, but it wasn't your fault. It wasn't your fault. The person who gave Iris a chance to freely move was Edgewolf.
Take that!
This is Mr. Edgeworth, isn't it? Your Honor, there was a fairly large earthquake yesterday, was there not? An earthquake? Okay. יריד האדמה. ואדג'וולף לא היה יכול להתמודד מטראומה של דיר 6. We went to the inner temple right away. And it's true, Iris was already there. However, they had already switched places by that point in time. When I arrived at the training hall, I was met by none other than Dahlia Hawthorne. That's quite enough of you, Mr. Wright. Now see here. No, this is right, not right. My spirit channeling, I doubt. Be quiet. It's been a long time, Mr. Judge. That voice. Guess I'll have to ask you again. About meeting a beautiful lady, always ask for her name and profession. That's one of my rules. Dahlia Hawthorne, and my profession, permanently retired. So you're not going to hide your identity anymore, huh? Why should I? After all, I'm dead. There's really nothing you can do to punish me. What is going on here? Dahlia Hawthorne. Never thought we'll meet again. I never thought we would meet like this. But this time, I'll end it. For her and for myself. הסוף של סשן אחד. אבל הסטרים לא עשה לי בעיות. אז זה הסוף של סשן אחד. ברוכים הבאים לסשן 2! ואז נקווה שהכל יהיה בסדר ושסטרימלאבס לא יעשה לי בעיות פתאום עכשיו. ברוכים הבאים לסשן 2, הסשן שבו אני ממשיך בעצם את הטרייל. בדיוק אחרי הרביל של דליה הופורן. אני יודעת כמה הרבה זמן זה יהיה. בואו נראה עד כמה ארוך זה אשכרה יהיה. 20 בפברואר 106, דיסקורד קורטרום מספר 7. Round 2, bitches! Now then, let's continue where we left off, shall we? Well, witness. Yes, how can I help you, Mr. Judge? Well, it seems that if we're going to learn the truth, we'll need to hear your testimony. I have no problem with that. But when you've seen what I have, sometimes the truth is better left unknown. In any case, let's hear your testimony. Tell us about the plan that was carried out that night. The whole plan began by death. A stupid plan hatched by Morgan Fay to install her own daughter as the next master. But for it to work, Maya Fay would first have to die. The idea was for me to kill Maya, then blame it on Iris. The plan went wrong, but it seems to have succeeded anyway. So that means they are. Wait a minute! Did you just say the plan was to kill Maya Fay? Yes. You have a problem with that? Don't give us that nonsense! There's no way that... Watch yourself, Trite. You got a problem. Solve it during cross-examination. That's one of my rules. Mr. Godot is correct. By the way, that's one of my rules as well. To kill Maya? Could it be true? You think the plan was a success? You heard me? Just as that woman had hoped. Maya Fay is dead. Now that I hope the master will pass to Pearl Fay.
Objection!
That's absurd! Maya is just... She's just trapped inside a second cavern! אני אקח את זה? רגע לא, פנים נראים לא טוב. זה הפיניקס? נו באמת, פיניקס! שאלה, אוקיי. מה זה? הנה, עכשיו זה יותר טוב. אני פשוט לוקח סקרינשוט באמצע טריילס, אל תשאל אותי. She's still trapped inside the second cavern! Really? You're as foolish and optimistic as ever, aren't you, my darling Finny? Do you want to know the truth? תיקח את זה, גם נראה טוב. יש לי משהו, לא לשאול אותי. Ever since we met, I've despised you. רגע, שנייה אחת, אני דווקא אברר עם כל הסקרינשוטים שאני עושה. נשלחו. אוקיי, יש לי, לא לדאוג, יש לי את זה. Your sniveling naivete and your pathetic faith in other people. You can't believe it. So she meant to kill Maya. But to keep a cool head. And get more information out of her. It's the only way to understand this plan. And what she was doing after as well. You're talking about the Pearl Fay, is that correct? Yes. Though at first, she had high hopes for the two of us. You and your twin sister Arms. That's correct. Fortunately, neither of us had much spiritual power. That's why we were abandoned by her, along with our father. And the only person I ever really cared for in my life was myself. My sister was a nuisance, so I convinced my father to leave her at an old temple. You mean Iris? Yes. My father remarried a woman and also had a daughter. And who also had a daughter. The less children you have, the more money there is to go around, right? On top of that, my father had absolutely no interest in children in general. How horrible. The real horrible one was that woman! That bitter, vengeful woman. That was her stubbornness that gave birth. It was her stubbornness that gave birth to that child, Pearl Fay. or an abundance of spiritual power. Unfortunately for her, Morgan Faye heaped all over her and broke hopes and dreams onto that poor child's back. All because of her pathetic dreams of her bloodline becoming the main family. But for it to work, Maya has to die. Maya would have to die, but why? For her bloodline to succeed as the main family, thus making Pearl the new master. For remaining descendants of the current master had to be taken care of.
Objection!
But Pearl would never agree to a plan like that. She adores Maya. How sad. You still don't get it, do you? What Pearl wanted had nothing to do with it. Morgan didn't care one bit about Pearl. The only thing she cared about was the position of the master. That's all. That's ridiculous! She was willing to sacrifice anything and anyone to achieve her goal. The life of her daughter, and actually, the life of Maya Fey as well. How could anyone do that? Kill Maya and blame Iris. You were going to kill Maya! Crony didn't need to know anything about it. All she had to do was follow the instructions in the learn and show me. That would have simply used her body and finished the job. In any case, I'm already dead. There's nothing you can do to me. ניקח את זה, סקצ'ה טוב. נברר אם זה נלקח. נלקח בהצלחה, פרפקט. So the plan was blame the crime on your younger twin. On Sister Iris of Hazakura Temple. You now look absolutely identical. No one could tell us apart. If someone were to witness me killing Maya, actually they would think that it was Iris that had done it. And the witness in this case was the head nun, Sister McKee. I never would have guessed she was going to return to Hazakura Temple that night. But I wound up seeing Iris' crime anyway. Why did you want to pin the murder on Iris in the first place? She's your twin sister, isn't she? Twin sister? Don't make me laugh. She's nothing but a backstabber. I couldn't care less about her. Backstabber? Just don't understand. You never will. Anyway. What's the talk, sir? You were executed last month, correct? Yes, I was hanged. It wasn't exactly pleasant. How did you manage to discuss the plan? When did you talk to Morgan Faye? Last year. She was transferred to the same detention center as me. Since I was on death row and she was my mother, it was actually pretty easy to meet with her. See, that's when you discussed the plan. Huh. Are you crazy? At first that woman was planning to kill me as well. Even though I'm her own daughter. All to make Pearl Faye the master of Crane? She's a cold, twisted woman. She thought she could finally regain her lost honor. The honor she lost when her younger sister Misty took her place as the master. Ever since that day, she's been working on this plan. Plan, huh? I just want to know one thing. Why did you personally think of Morgan Faye's plan? I told you already, didn't I? It was a stupid plan. It had no point. No value under the fulfilling her own greedy desires. Yes, it was certainly nothing to be proud of. If that's how you feel, why did you help her carry it out? Why would you do it? Why would you kill Maya? You may not understand it, being the kind and gentle soul that you are. You may not be able to appreciate why someone like me would help to kill a woman like that. So then tell me why! This ain't obvious. I'm not like that woman. I only acted in my own self-interest. The reason I helped her was for myself. For my own personal satisfaction. What did you say? This woman, Dahlia Hawthorne. She had her own reason for wanting my dead? Do you understand why I would kill my now? What my goal was? Mia. אין שום explanation אחר. היא לא ידעה על מיסטי. זה רק כמה שהדמעה בחיים ואת מיה מתה אחרת ווייט. כל האבנט הוא completely meaningless. זה מיה! אין שום explanation אחר. כן. Could it be that your actual goal had nothing to do with Maya Fey herself? As I said, none of you have power to punish me anymore. Because I'm already dead. Oh, I had the same problem, you see. You can't punish the dead. And you can't take revenge against them either. Wanted to take revenge on someone? I was sentenced to die because of that woman. Mia Fey. Somehow knew this was it. I wanted to send her a message. It was at her hands that I suffered my first humiliation. I wanted her to feel the same pain she made me feel. Sadly, when I realized my revenge was impossible, I gave up. And the reason it was impossible was perhaps because Mia Fey already died. Yes, and I realized there's only one way to take revenge against the dead. How do you do that? Here, when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on forever. I wanted to take away the person that Mia Fey loved the most. I wanted to kill her with my own hands. That would be the one and only way I could take my revenge against Mia Fey. That was the reason I held up with that woman's plans. Just for that? For that you would kill Maya? Your goal was no different than that of Morgan Fey! As they say, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. There we go. Yeah, עוד screenshot time. למה הם עושים את הדבר הזה מהעיניים? תפס לך. יש לי תוכנית, אל תשאלו אותי. What a cruel plan. Cruel, cold, and heartless. Don't waste your time preaching to the dead. I've already told you, there's not a thing that you can do to me. That night, about 9:30 p.m., I materialized into this world. I quickly pinned my hair up and put on a demon-warding hood. Then I picked up the staff that was by my side, I left Hazakura Temple. So, it was at least Tony who channeled her after all. I would think I said none had never noticed a thing. She left my affair at the end of the temple. And all about clutching her poor old back. Why did you do that? The kid was easier to handle than I had hoped. I got out to her in front of that stone lantern. Dad took out the dagger I got from the storeroom. And... So then you're saying you stabbed Maya? It's strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that. Stab me? No clear memory? I don't know. I think I was stabbed. You were stabbed? At the last minute. My baker stabbed me. I'm sure of it.
Objection!
That's not like her at all! Maya once stabbed a French fry with a plastic fork! Anyway, I sadly lost consciousness. But before I did, I scrawled her name on the lantern. Just as I was passing out, I wrote Maya behind my back. I hoped it would cast suspicion on her. I can't believe she was thinking of that until the bitter end. That's where my memory temporarily stops. It stops? I don't have any memory of actually killing my fate with my own two hands. My very last memory was Maya's terror-filled eyes. When I woke up after that, I was in the secret cavern surrounded by darkness. You were in the secret cavern? The entrance was sealed with one of those trip locks. Somehow I had been trapped in there. But how did you wind up in there? I'd like to know that myself. Anyway, I was worried. I did not know that my affair was dead. I swore I wouldn't return to the underworld until I knew I had killed her myself. For a ghost, you're a want of cooking. I wanted to get out of here and make sure she was dead. But I couldn't do it. I couldn't get out. The trick lock stopped, huh? I didn't know how to remove it. So then you're saying you were actually confined against your will inside this sacred cavern? Yes! I wanted to get rid of that annoying lock as soon as possible. But it wasn't easy. I kept getting interrupted while I was working on it. Interrupted? It was early in the morning, but someone came into the training hall. What? Who? Could it have been Maya? I thought the same thing, but I couldn't see. Why not? If someone had spotted me, I would have lost my chance to take revenge. So I made sure to hide myself well at the back of the secret cavern. That morning, only 2 people could have gotten into the training hall. Maya and Pearls. Both went under the cover to hang scrolling gravy. Still, I managed to remove the lock. But I was too late. What do you mean by that? Flies had already started to gather. The bridge had been fixed and the police had started an investigation, correct? Naturally, I couldn't go out. So instead, I returned to the cavern and put the lock back on myself. I realized I wouldn't get a chance to see Maya's corpse as I had hoped. But just then, Lady Luck showed up. Lady Luck? After that big earthquake, she showed up all by herself. The real Iris. She said she would come to make sure the second camera was alright. Stupid girl. I came out of the second cavern and got a feel of the situation. And I locked her away in my place. As if for Maya. I found out exactly what had happened. Instead, I learned that the plan had actually succeeded. What do you mean your plan had succeeded? I misunderstood one thing, you see. That night. The one that had summoned me. I had assumed that it was Pearl Fay. Well, of course you would have assumed that. It was written in the instructions. But I was wrong. The person that had actually called my spirit back was... Misty Fay. The picture book offer. Well, what? Well, that's really the only possibility, isn't it? After I lost consciousness in the garden. It was her body that was left lying there. Maya Fay. I wasn't able to kill her with my own hands, after all. But even so, made her commit the most vile sin a human can commit. And that is... matricide. The sin of killing your own mother. Oh, hey! Order court, what is the meaning of this? It's true that I was the one who attacked Maya Fay. But even so, the murderer who actually snuffed out Misty Fay's life was none other than your darling little Maya.
Objection!
Ridiculous! That's nonsense! Are you sure about that? Just think about it. There's even evidence supporting these facts, isn't there? What? What do you mean? What is this so-called evidence? The fact that Maya Fay has disappeared is evidence enough, isn't it? Huh? Again, that she stole the secret cabin is just ridiculous. She was able to escape from the inner temple, though much is obvious. In that case, there's only one place she could be. Where? I have to spell it out. The bottom of Eagle River. Where else? Eagle River? Maya Fay killed her long-lost mother. Can you imagine the guilt she must have felt when she realized that? That's why she threw herself into Eagle River. Most bodies don't wind up in there are lost forever. So, what do you have to say now, Feeny? Oh! That שלך גדלת? Oops! Sorry, that's my phone. What kind of ringtone is that? Is that theme שלו? Hello here. Okay, thanks. Was it something important? You just finished removing the logs from the secret cavern. That's great! What about Maya? There was a woman in the cave. Was it Maya Fay? It was the accused, Sister Iris. Huh? Don't look so surprised. I locked her in there yesterday. I just finished telling you that. Oh, what about Maya? Where is she? There was no one else found inside the sacred cavern. Oh, can't be. I told you, didn't I? She's dead. מתה! בסדר, בסדר, בסדר. סימן שלא. מתה, בסדר. התגלתה. בסדר, בסדר. בסדר. ספיריט מדיום. ואלבום פרזנט. היחיד שהוא סימן שאלה זה מאיה. אבל ידוע שיש את דליה האפורן. פה. Oh my god. היא לא מתה. מה היא לא מתה? Oh. It seems this case has come to an end. A tragic end. מה היא לא מתה? מה היא לא מתה? Sadly, it appears that the killer of Ellie Stone, also known as Misty Faye, was her own daughter, Maya Faye. Maya לא מתה. Overcome with guilt for what she had done, Maya Faye jumped into her death into the raging waters of the Eagle River. Can't be! לא! מי זה? גדות, לא? That's right! Have you ever heard of this one? But you eliminate the impossible. Whatever remains must be the truth. לכולם את spiritual powers עד הגילה, לאיריס אין, והם גם מצאו אותה. פרל לא הייתה יכולה לעשות את דליה. הביסוס זה שפרל עדיין נמצאת פה. היא לא יכולה לעשות את דליה, זה רק משאיר את מאיה, כי אליס מתה. No matter how improbable it may seem. What is that supposed to mean, Prosecutor Godot? According to this witness, my fate threw herself into the Eagle River. However, is that really the truth? Remember, this woman testified earlier that the bridge was already on fire when the murder was taking place in the garden, which meant it might have thrown herself into the river. It must have been from the inner temple side, near the bridge. That's right. That's where she jumped from. למה אתה מזכיר את זה? You sneaky son of a gun. That's where she jumped from. הגופה שלה, אז היו מוצאים אותה. אז היו מוצאים את הגופה של מאיה. But that's impossible. It's impossible to jump into the river from there. What? Don't get your panties all twisted up, Troy. Let's relax and think for the whole thing again. I haven't taken fun. So it's impossible? Why couldn't have thrown herself into the Eagle River? Well, Mr. Wright, Miss Hawthorne claims Miss Faye threw herself into the river from the inner temple. The inner temple side. Do you have any evidence that refutes this? It's impossible to jump into the Eagle River from the inner temple side. No one knows that better than this witness. What did you say? 11 years ago, you jumped into the very same river. Just take a look at this overhead map. As you can see, Below the cliff on the inner temple side is a big rock shelf. Oh, you're right. She wouldn't have reached the river if she had jumped off from there. In other words, if she had jumped, we should be able to see her body in this photo. So far, you figure it out. No! Or! You're just playing with me! My face spot is at the bottom of the Eagle River! There's no one else she could possibly be hiding! Miss Halford, have you ever heard this one before? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. Yes, just a few minutes ago. Maya Fey wasn't inside the secret cavern. We now know that she didn't throw herself into the Eagle River. Correct. That eliminates all the most likely possibilities. Now, although it seems improbable, there is still one other place she could be. What? What is this one possibility you're talking about? That's obviously a bluff. So where is her dead body then? No goof up. Finally, I can see the pieces are falling into place. Normally the living have no way to punish the dead. I think the best way to give Dahlia form the ultimate punishment. Shall I tell you, Miss Halford? Shall I tell you where Maya is this very instant? Maya Fey is in this very courtroom. There's only one possibility left. Namely, she's right here in this very courtroom. What? What? Maya Fey's here? You say she's here in my courtroom? My God, Misхак. Dahlia Halford! I seem to recall that you said. I misunderstood one thing, you see. So what? But I think there's still one more thing you misunderstood. What do you mean? Tell me something. At this very moment, who is channeling Dahlia Halford? That's obvious! It's Pearl Fey, that pathetic little sniveling runt. You're wrong. Pearl tried, but she couldn't do it. And he started to come upon me. But I yet was channeled, Jelly. Someone called me before Pearl did? But who? Pearl's even tried again on the day after the crime. But she couldn't do it. What could that mean? I think the truth is becoming clearer to you about now. Am I correct? It wasn't Pearls that channeled you. There was someone who called you before she could. Maya! This is an easy one. Pearls couldn't do it, and Misty Fey is gone. There's only one possibility left. Finally, I can't stand the tension. Dahlia Halford! The person who's telling you right now must be Maya Fey! What? Yes! Oh my gosh! How could that be? Remember what this Dahlia Halford said about her goal? She said that her goal was to kill Maya Fey. Yes, that's right. But if Maya channeled the spirit of someone that was trying to kill her... Well, Gramps, what would happen? Could it be? It looks like you finally understand, Your Honor. Well, I don't. What are you going on about? What I'm going on about is the reason Maya channeled you. And there's only one reason. To protect herself from you. To protect herself from me? Yes. On the night of the crime, you were only interested in one thing. Killing Maya Fey. The path back to Hazakura was closed off and there was nowhere for her to run. So the problem came. Where would be the safest place to hide? Oh, you mean that's when she showed me? All this time you thought you had been channeled by pearls. That's why it never occurred to you. That Maya's hiding place was you! Oh, don't say that! You're saying that Dahlia Hawthorne was played for a fool by that little whelp? הבנתי זה לא כנראה טוב. בוא עושה את זה. ייי. קורא את זה. וכאן, כמו שאני אמרתי, אני עושה סקרינשוטס. Maya Fey killed herself, is that obvious?
Objection!
Sorry, but no. It was impossible for her to jump into the Eagle River. This was the only avenue to escape open to Maya. The only way that Maya could disappear from the inner temple. I don't believe you. Simple little girl like that was never been out in the real world. She could never have come up with a plan like that. Who could have given us such a brilliant idea? Well, Mia. Oh! Mia! Mia Fey? It's been a long time, Dahlia Hawthorne. Whoa! Kazasha Mia! That's true. It was. Yes. What's it there? Amalo. Perfect. Matim. Good enough. Ha! You're something else. What are you doing here? I heard. It's pearls, right? Tell me something, Dahlia. I want you to think back that night one more time. You had just caught Maya in the inner temple's garden. And then, in the final moments of the fight, you lost consciousness. I was stabbed by Maya Fey! Actually, Maya lost consciousness at the same time as you. She did? I'm surprising, since she was about to be killed. When she woke up, she was in the training hall. That's when Maya decided she needed help. So she channeled me. She explained in a memo the situation she was in. She asked me what I thought that she should do. She did that! Can't believe it! Of course, I didn't have all the details. But one thing was perfectly clear. That was... I knew that you couldn't be allowed to wander free. Free? What do you mean? It was like a race against time. So I wrote down two things that Maya had to do. Channel Dahlia Hawthorne as soon as possible, and lock herself in a secret cabin until help arrived. It was Maya who put that lock on there. Why did you order her to do these two things? I don't know, עשיתי כבר לג'אד, לא משנה, עשיתי את זה. If she hadn't done it, Dahlia Hawthorne would have been channeled by someone else. By one Pearl Fey. Pearls? Yes. Pearl didn't properly understand the plan. All she was trying to do was follow her mother, Morgan Fey's instructions. If she had succeeded in channeling Dahlia Hawthorne's spirit, things would have turned out very bad, to put it mildly. That's how it was. Dahlia Hawthorne would have used the body of Pearl Fey to kill Maya at all cost. Yes, it certainly looks like that. That's the intent all along. How dare you! I won't forget this! Why not just admit it, Dahlia Hawthorne? Your little plan was nothing but a big failure! Yes. Another failure to add to the pile of shame, wouldn't you say? What do you mean by another? Think about it, Dahlia. Remember all your past crimes? Not a single one of them was a success. They all ended in a failure. What? How dare you? 11 years ago! The fake kidnapping. Your very first crime. Got your hands on a $2 million diamond, but... after Terry Falls escaped and went to meet with Valerie Hawthorne, the truth was exposed. Shut your mouth! That wasn't my fault! That was about the stupid oath of a prisoner that was the weakling of a policewoman. And then, 1 year later, you tried to kill me. Well, I'm still alive, but... you wound up killing someone else. As a result, you were sentenced to death. It's one stupid move after another for you, and it's no longer funny. Wipe that smug, happy-go-lucky smile off your face! And now, this! You messed up again! You let Maya Fey escape. Even though she was right there in front of you! Mia Fey! Mia Fey! You spinster! I was supposed to kill Maya Fey like I swore I would! And if you only had got rid of that spiky jerk and guilty verdict, I would have been charged to death! True. But I think if I understand, Dahlia Hawthorne, you will never defeat me. What? What did you say? Whether you're alive, dead, or somewhere in between, you will never defeat me. As long as I'm around, you're destined to lose all for all of eternity. I remember when you said earlier that trial. You said that was the way we could punish you. Because you were already dead. What about it? Then you said, even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on forever. That's very true, Dahlia. And that's exactly the punishment you'll never be able to escape from. For all of eternity, you'll have to remain as Dahlia Hawthorne, a miserable, pathetic, weak creature who can never win at anything. And for you, there is no escape from that. No hope of freedom. Since the day you were executed. The narrow bridge that once stretched out in front of you has burned to a crisp. You're wrong. It can't be. How could I lose to the likes of you? It no longer matters. I don't care whether you win or lose anymore. The only thing I want is for it to come out of Maya's body right now! Oh my god, zeg dat. Wow! Oh! Wow! That us? I'm not ready. Not ready to go! Basta. אוקיי, באסה. דפקתי את הסצנה, באמת רציתי לעשות סקרינצ'וט טוב. באסה! ניסה לסקרינצ'וט נכשל! זה היה יכול להיות כל כך טוב לדליה. ביי ביי. היי, מה היה? מה הזמן, מה? דפקתי את הסקרינצ'וט, אני לא מאמין לזה. ניק, this. Whoa! Oh my god. Woo! Now then, I assume you are the real Iris. Yes, I was just risking from the secret cavern. I must say, you and your twin sister are indeed identical from what I can see. In any case, it appears that everything has finally been cleared up. Let's take it out. What happened to Dahlia Harford? If you ask me, Your Honor, it looks like she went back to the hell she came from. It appears that Misty Faye wasn't the only victim of this crime. Faye, as well as the young Pearl Faye, were also victims of this wicked and selfish plan. Yes, Your Honor. Its tragedy of medium value has finally come to an end, it seems. It would be best for everyone if no further attempt was made to channel that spirit again. Your Honor? Yes? What is it? About this whole spirit medium thing? It's almost weird how comfortable you seem to be with the concept now. Well, to be frank, my younger brother is quite judgmental. He often criticizes me for not studying hard enough. That's why I made a concentrated effort to study up on the Korean channeling technique. Hey, isn't that a New Year's issue of Occult? I've seen quite a few things in my many years on the bench. And all that time, I finally learned this one thing. Each case is different and takes place in its own world, if you will. In order to fully understand that world, first we have to immerse ourselves in it completely. And that's where my brother and I used to differ. Never thought of it that way. At any rate, it's time to pass judgment on the case of Iris of Hazakra Temple.
Objection!
Hey! Marshal! You're a little too fast with that gavel, Your Honor. What do you mean by that, Mr. Cadeau? This trial, it isn't over yet. That's what he means. What? Right. You remember what this evil spirit said in her testimony? Huh? Talia's testimony? היא לא זכרה מה קרה אחרי זה. היא לא זכרה מה קרה. Just as Dahlia Hawthorne was about to attack Maya, she was stabbed and killed by someone. Yes, that's right. The person that was ultimately killed was the spirit medium that challenged Dahlia. Liz Donan. No. Misty Faye. But who killed her? Still don't know who did it. This isn't over! Oh my god. I can't do it! Shut down! It is like to charge me, Iris! Unless someone else is found guilty, the accused is still in trial. שנייה אחת! לא אפשר לזרוק לגבי את הצ'ארג' עכשיו, כי איריס ליטרלי הייתה... ליטרלי יש אלוביי שאיריס בעצם לא עשתה את זה? We can't let her walk until there is evidence that proves her innocence. No way. What? This court isn't prepared for any further testimony. Prosecution is ready to call a final witness. What? Final witness? This one will clear up the whole mystery. The mystery of who killed Misty Faye. Indeed. Isn't he alright, Mr. Prosecutor? Of course it's alright, Madam Attorney. Very well then. Who is this final witness? Ha! Isn't it obvious? There's only one person, so the whole event will put the final dagger in this case. So saw the murder take place. The very person who saw her mother killed in front of her own eyes. You mean Maya? You can't! She can't testify after what she's just been through! We need to find the truth. The prosecution calls Maya Faye to the witness stand. Sahuki? Very well. First, we'll take a brief recess. We'll have to wait for Miss Faye to recover before summoning her. After receive the doctor's permission, we will proceed with the trial. Hey, Troy. I've got something to say to you, so listen up. What is it? I don't think much of you as a lawyer. It's always the same with you. You somehow manage to just squeeze by without a faint of understanding of the case. Some beautiful woman always seems to come dashing in at the last minute to save you. You've got some nerve! That's not going to happen this time. This time, you're going to have to do this by yourself. That's enough. This court is now in the recess. רגע, אבל אני חשבתי שיהיה עוד פעם ריסט. חשבתי שעוד פעם יהיה בקטין האמת, אז תמשיך. I'm truly sorry about everything. You're working so hard to defend me. I was missing all day, and we didn't even have a chance to talk. He's right. I met Iris at the training hall yesterday. They had already switched places. And Iris was inside the sacred cavern. I wanted to be spent in the defendant's box today to root you on. Oh, it wasn't your fault. You were locked up just the whole time. There's something more important than that, though. I have to ask you. Why did you help your sister out as much as you did? Huh? If you had tried to get help at the sacred cabin yesterday, you wouldn't have spent the entire day locked up in there. Sister, I felt sorry for her. She was abandoned by her mother and never got any love from her father either. Yes, but it was the same for you too, wasn't it? Yes. At least I had Sister Kini, who was like a mother to me. If only Dahlia had come with me to Hazakura Temple. I always loved her. Mother was always so smart, so strong. She never complained about a thing. That's why I promised her that I would help her. Are you talking about the fake kidnapping case 11 years ago? Yes. I wanted to be useful to her in some way. But, as usual, I was too cowardly. At the last minute, I ran away. Because of that, Dahlia's stepsister, Valerie, ended up... That was the case that wounded Mia so badly. But things didn't end there, of course. Some people suspected that my sister was involved in the murder. Some people? You must mean... Yes, 2 defense attorneys. Mia Fey and Diego Armando. After poisoning Mr. Armando, I was getting too close to learning the truth. Now I haven't tried to kill the person, but unknowingly hit the poison for her. רגע, דייגו ארמנדו מת על ידי פויזן? שזה בעצם היה הנקלס של פיניקס. הנקלס של פיניקס אני ידעתי. אבל לא ידעתי שהפויזנינג היה בעצם על דייגו ארמנדו. או לפחות אני לא זוכר שזה היה על דייגו ארמנדו. אז אם דייגו ארמנדו מת, למה הוא וגדול נשמעים ומדברים אותו דבר? You. That's right. Iris, there's one more thing I have to ask you. Yes? What is it? On that night of the murder, the person that cleaned up the corpse of the victim, Elise Stoneham, was it really you? Yes, it was me. That night, after I rang the lights out bell, I went back to my room. At around 10:30, I received a call on my cell phone. The problem come to the inner temple right away. Huh? I got the snowmobile ahead for the inner temple, but... בדיוק התחיל להישרף. The path to the inner temple was cut off, right? Exactly. You can't just leave the body here. Mise! So you've got to do this exactly as I say, got it? ואז יש את המטוטלת. It was me. I was the one who received her body. The murder weapon had been left in her body so she wouldn't bleed too much. The staff that Mystic Elise always held. I knew it! But the actual murder weapon was the staff! Yes, that's right. I brought the body back to Hazakura Temple in the snowmobile. But why? Why did you alter the body? I didn't want anyone to know that the staff was the murder weapon. I don't want to leave anything that would lead back to Misty Faye. So I dressed her in the robe and stabbed her with the Shichishito. I broke the blubber of the staff's blade and left it next to her on the ground. Iris, just tell me one last thing. Tell me the name of the person that called your cell phone. The real killer. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I can't do it. I can't say who did it. I see. Defendant! Yes? The judge is calling you. He wants to see you in his chambers. He has some questions about Dolly Hoffman. Alright. Hold on. I'll see you later. There's something I want to tell you. Oh, okay. Something she wants to tell me. So it's true. Iris cooperated with the real killer. Maybe even from the very beginning. Phoenix? Mia! Oh, how's Maya doing? Physically, I'm not worried. She recovered completely. But emotionally, she's been hurt very badly by this case. I see. You mean, she's learned who Elise Stoneham's really was. Yes. I went to the medical office and talked with her. I told her everything I knew. But why? Maya is stronger than you think. I knew she could take it. All of it. What do you mean by that? I want you to figure that answer out by yourself. The trial's about to restart. The real killer. Do you know who it is yet? Iris wouldn't tell me who called her, but still. I think that just maybe I know who it was. That night, the victim was killed in the garden of the inner temple. And the criminal wasn't just there by accident. Which means the killer knew of Dahlia's plan from the very beginning. אם הקילר היה בעיר הטמפל מדי שזה היה נעול, אז יש את מאיה, דליה כמאיה, פרל, וגדות. כאילו, לא ידע שגדות נמצא שם, אבל הוא כן הופיע אחר כך. הוא כן הופיע ב-day 2 של האינבסטיגיישן. אז אני לא אהיה מופתע אם הוא כן היה שמה. אז יש את מאיה, פרל, גדות, סימן שאלה. ודליה. פלוס הקופה של אליס, אקי מיסטי, שהוא עבר אחר כך לאיירס על ידי הקילר. Interesting. Karen knew of Dahlia's plan. גם מעניין. And one more thing. The victim was moved to the Hazakura temple side by pendulum. In other words, the criminal couldn't cross the bridge. That means they were stuck on the inner temple side for almost the entire day. Exactly! So the culprit was someone that wasn't in Hazakura temple the following day. That's as much as I can help to help. That's as much help as I can give you. The rest of the battle is yours to win. Or lose. Okay, got it. Thank you, Mia. Finally, it's almost time to bring this case to an end. What exactly did Maya see anyway? And who was it that actually killed Misty Faye? Whoever it was, I have to prove it. Me. All by myself. To be continued, Jenny. Wow. יש 3 חלקים לטרייל? אוקיי. אז זה הולך להיות הסיום של פארט 2, בינתיים הלייב הולך טוב. אני מופתע. בוא נטיש את הגוף שלי עד שאני לא יכול לתפקד מחר. לא אכפת לי. אז זה בעצם היה הסוף של סשן 2. סשן 3 מודלק, כי יש בונוס, יש המשך של הטרייל. בואו נמשיך. 10 בפברואר 3:36, טסטר קוד הוא מספר 7. Now then, before we proceed any further, I'm going to announce the results of the test that we have performed earlier. Tests? Yes, tests. And the blood target that was found stuck in the pine tree. Oh yeah, that! I totally forgot about it. That's the weapon that Maya Faye used when she fought with the victim. So what are the results? Was it the victim's blood or... Due to the time constraints, a full test wasn't possible. However, there's only one thing we can say with certainty. The blood that was found on the dagger was not the victim's blood. Oh! Interesting. That is all. Now, let's restart this trial. So what's the mysterious blood on the dagger? And whose was it? Sure, both the defense and the prosecution know this, but this trial is rapidly coming to a close. Both sides will need to show some firm evidence with their claims. I understand, Your Honor. From what I've heard, the witness is dangerously weak, physically speaking. So let's finish this quickly. Agreed. Very well. Please bring in the last witness. Hey, Maya. Witness, please state us your name and profession. Сразу говорят. Witness, please state us your name and profession. Maya Fey. My profession is, I'm the assistant manager at the Wright-Trials offices. Maya. According to the magazine I have here, you're a spirit medium of the Korean channeling technique. I'm frightened. Fake land. I don't want any more to do with it. Oh, Maya. The pain of the Fae bloodline causes must be unbearable. Very well. Now then, Miss Fae, when the event occurred, you were in the garden of the inner temple. And you witnessed the moment of Miss Elise Stonham's murder. Is this correct? I didn't see anything. Straighten up this instant, young lady. Huh? Pick your head up and speak clearly. There's always time for crying later. But your mother was killed right in front of your eyes. There's nothing you can do to change that fact. But there's something you can do. You can finish this. You've been watching the whole thing, right? You've seen the witnesses come out, and you've seen us squeeze the truth out of them. Now it's your turn. Let's hear your testimony. On the night of the crime, what exactly did you see happen? Witness, if you please. Yes, Your Honor. אני חייב לעשות את זה. זה משהו שעוד אחד שאני... נו באמת! עליי סגורות again! גאצ'ה! אני אעשה את זה ככה. Good enough. עובד בשבילי. כמו שאני אמרתי בפארט 1 ו-2, אני לוקח עכשיו סקרינשוט למשהו מטורף שאני מתכנן לעשות. Passing for the garden on the way to the spare prep room when it happened. Suddenly someone struck me over the head. I stumbled, ended up against the storm lantern. I screamed, "Help me!" And something warm splashed over me. That's when I lost consciousness. So you were struck on the head. I suppose it must have been this staff. Maya! The person who hit you! It was Dahlia Hawthorne, wasn't it? I'm sorry, Nick. I couldn't see. I don't know who it was. Maya, think hard. Sorry, Nick, but I really couldn't. Can't say it was an especially good night for young ladies to be walking around alone. It seems that it will be hard to determine the criminal for testimony alone. Very well then, Mr. Wright, please begin your cross-examination. Maya, hang in there. Doesn't look well at all. Passing for the garden to the square purple. I struck him at the head. I stumbled and ended up against the lantern. It couldn't help me. And It's something warm. That's why I lost consciousness. Hold it! You think you screamed, but you're not sure? Listen, I was a complete wreck. It was dark and I couldn't see my attacker. Was he a man, a woman, an adult, a child? I had no idea. I was scared of my wits. Leave me, my dear. Absurd how I would have soiled my robes. I thought the person might attack me, so I pretty sure I screamed. I thought that was my last hope. Oh, it sounds like poor little Maya really was out of her mind. I wonder what she meant by last hope. They did, that person from Magneto. My last hope. Wait a minute, Maya! What's this my last hope stuff? What? What do you mean by your last hope? No! That's what you said! You said my last hope! Huh? What? I said what? Look, you're facing an attacker that you couldn't see and you screamed, right? You screamed, help me. Yeah? But you testified that you screamed that because you thought it was your last hope. Oh, well, no. It's like, what do you do? What do you call it when that happens? It's not doing so well up there. Oh, yeah, Oh, that's right. I remember now. I was facing my attacker, but that's not what I was screaming at. What did you just say? Yeah, that's right. It was the person behind my attacker I was yelling at. That's who I was screaming for help. What is it now? I messed up. I didn't mean to let that slip out. Huh? Witness! Are you absolutely sure of what you're saying? And the attacker, that was another person? Well, I meant to keep that part a secret. What have I done? Huh. It takes a ton of pressure to make a diamond. That's what I always say. A ton of pressure. You're in a court of law here. You can't make things up or try to hide things in this chamber. Witness, the information just presented is filed to this case. I want you to add it to your testimony. I could see a man behind my attacker, but the light of the stone lamp. Maya, is this a joke? Was not lit. So there was a man standing behind your attacker. Yeah. That man, he is the killer. He stabbed her from behind. He is the one who killed Elise Donan, otherwise known as Misty Faye, your mother. The killer? Maya, you know who killed your mother, don't you? What is the meaning of this, Mr. Wright? To be frank, Your Honor, I think she's in shock and quite confused. That's why she hasn't noticed a huge problem in her testimony. Huh? What do you mean? What problem? Maya, on the night of the crime, that stone lantern was out of commission. Huh? What? It's true. There was no light anywhere in the garden that night. Or the court. Mr. Godot, explain this. Add the pureness of milk to the perfect clear darkness of coffee, stir. That is the state of the witness's mind right now. A cup of cafe au lait. Cafe au lait? Is that even legal? Mr. Tribe's words are the milk, and you are the spoon. You're on. I'm a spoon. I'm not a spoony bard, I'll have you know. You must have noticed the truth, Troit. This witness's mental state is highly unstable right now. So hard to understand why she would make a little mistake like that. Objection! Sorry, but I'm still going to cut it. What did you say? If there truly was no light in the garden, then there is a failed contradiction in the witness's last bit of testimony. Nick? May I? Recall the witness's statement about her attacker. She said that she didn't know if it was a man or a woman, an adult or a child. And yet, the witness could describe a person that was standing behind her attacker, and he quite clearly described him as a man. In other words, that would mean that Maya actually saw our mystery person. Despite being so dark, she couldn't see the face of her own attacker. No! Or, what in the world does this all mean, Mr. Wright? Are you saying Miss Faye saw the real killer under pitch black conditions?
Objection!
Right. Do you have any idea what you're proposing? How could she have seen it in the dark? There was no other light source at the scene. Objection! There are some things that you can see only in the dark, Mr. Godot. Maya, you did see who the killer was in the dark. And now, you're trying to cover for him. Cover? For the man that killed her mother? There's only one conclusion I can draw from this. You know who this man is. Please, Nick. Don't know anything. Please, I'm begging you. Ha! You talk good games, right? But let's see if you can walk the walk. It was pitch black, so what could the witness see? I'm calling your bluff. No, Nick, don't. Please, stop. I is dead set on protecting this guy. The man who did murder Maya's long-lost mother. But, and let him get away with it. I'm a lawyer, an officer of the law. I'm here to find the truth. Right, Mr. Wright. Time to show us what you've got. Who was this mystery person that you say Miss Faye saw in the darkness? נראה שהסספיישנס שלי מתחילים לעלות. גם אם מדברים על חושך והיא ידעה בעצם אותו, מי שהיה מאחורי התקף שלו, זה מתאם עם הווייזר של גודות. Because it was pitch black, Miss Faye was able to recognize the killer easily. I'm sure the crowd would like to see for itself how this is possible, yes? What? But how do you propose to show us something like that? It's easy. We just need to recreate the conditions of that night. Conditions? Your Honor, the defense officially requests that all the lights off in this courtroom be turned off. But it can't be. Huh. Advisor של גדות. That was a nice bit of deduction. That's right. Well, everyone, this is the man by assault and act of the murder. Wow. Order. Prosecutor below, what is the meaning of this? אשכרה אני חייב ללכת עם זה. יאללה. Surely you must be shocked to hear yourself accused of such a thing. Why aren't you denying it? You're on. You're asking the wrong person. What do you mean by that? If you got a question, ask the witness. That's one of my rules. Well, Maya, how about it? What you saw that night? Was it 3 glowing red lights? Well, witness, answer the question. You're wrong. I never saw that. Maya! I thought the person that stopped my mother was a man. For a totally different reason. What? Marshal! Witness.
Objection!
What? Sorry, what? Stop the chattering, Your Honor. Chattering? If it's worth asking, ask the witness. That's one of my rules. Alright. Well then, let's continue with the testimony. Please tell us about how you knew the killer was a man. Yes, Your Honor. I didn't realize until I woke up, but... What I can't do? I was just laying there and checking the whole floor. By the time I got back to the garden, the place had totally changed. The torches were lit and the body was gone. Now the snow around the stone lantern had been carefully cleaned up too. If the person did all that work alone, I just assumed he was a man. It was after the crime took place that the witness came to think the killer was a man. Yes, that's right. I'm sorry, Your Honor, No need to apologize. It's as Mr. Godot said. You're utterly exhausted. It's only natural that you would be a little confused. Also, if you consider the situation you described, it doesn't seem too much of a stretch to assume that the culprit was a man. You're tagging him as show me fucking Pearl. Mr. Wright, proceed with your cross-examination. או שאני אמרתי, זה יותר הגיוני שזה יהיה באדם, יהיה גבר מאשר מפאקינג פרל. The background got changed. George's little body was gone. All the snow around the sunlight had been clearly cleaned up too. It's because of all that vocal elements, so it was a man. So you're saying the killer cleaned up the snow? It did really look odd. The snow was removed in an unnatural looking rectangular shape around the lantern. There were a lot of shovels around the inner temple, but they were all really heavy. Way too heavy for me to use. Odd fellow indeed, this killer. Why on earth would anyone want to take snow anyway? Well, there's one thing I can think of. Did you smell that a lot of the victims' blood sprayed onto the snow? Yeah. Yeah, rat collapsed and ended up being splattered. In other words, the killer's purpose was to hide the bloody snow. I think that's the most reasonable explanation. Perhaps. However, there's still something that's bothering. The killer just wanted to hide the snow with blood on it. There's no need to remove that amount. That's true. Could have just scooped up just the snow that was stained with blood. So there are some mysteries behind this issue. But I think it will help explain them. I think this will explain them. So you're saying that you never saw the killer, right? Yes. Earlier, you very clearly stated that you saw a man behind your attacker. Nick, I'm sorry. Yo, really went for a lot of trouble. Moving the body by the pendulum, manipulating the crime scene. For what purpose? Why do all of that? Maybe Maya knows more than she's letting on. Naturally, the killer must have done it, right? Yes, I think so. But why would the killer tamper with the crime scene like that? There must have been something that the killer desperately wanted to hide. I don't know. Looks like she doesn't have enough confidence. I need to gather some more information before I ask her again. The torches were lit? Yes! That's how I noticed the whole scene has changed. I'm going to say it was the killer who lit the torches. I mean, who else could it be? The killer probably lit them, since it will be impossible to do any cover-up work in the dark. However, if that's true, there's one thing that still bothers me. Why did the killer for the effort of moving the body? That's true. It's hard to see how that would be of any advantage to the killer. The only one who could get anything from that would be the only person that wasn't in the temple, Maya. Very well. Let me hear some more about the condition of the crime scene. So you lost consciousness when you were in the garden, is that right? Yes, I think it happened when the victim was stabbed. So then the person that carried you out into the inner temple would only have been the killer. That's what I think too. The killer carried Maya into the inner temple. Must have been something that the killer desperately wanted to hide. The truth is, when I saw the crime scene, I felt something. You did? Yes. I felt like the killer was hiding the evidence for me. For my sake. What? Hiding it for you? Everyone knew that I was the only one at the inner temple that night. If Sister Bikini had come back and looked at the garden, she may have thought that you had done it. Oh, she would have thought so. And you're saying that's why the killer cleaned up the crime scene to make it look like nothing had happened? Yes, I'm sure of it. Well, that's certainly an important piece of information. I want you to add that to your testimony. Yes, Your Honor. I think it was for my sake that the killer cleaned up the evidence of what happened. As my stone lantern. The body of Elistonian was carried all the way to the Hazakura Temple courtyard. Now the garden, the real scene of the crime. The snow that we suspect was covering in the victim, in blood, was scooped up and removed. It's reasonable to believe all this was done in order to attempt to hide the true crime scene. However, there's still one matter that seems somewhat odd. Oh? And what would that be? You must have heard it by now, Mr. Godot. It's the message written in blood on the lantern. It was written very clearly on the white stone lantern. Maya. Huh? If the killer was so motivated to protect Maya from suspicion, The one in the wipe the writing of the lantern! Ah, you're right! Order! Oh, Mr. Wright! Is it the fact that the killer was trying to cover up the crime scene? Indeed. But it doesn't make much sense to move the body and remove the bloody snow. Then not wipe off the most incriminating thing of all. The bloody writing!
Objection!
But if that's the case, do you have any explanation for the killer's mysterious behavior? Why would this killer move the body and remove all that snow, but then leave the bloody writing on the lantern? I don't know what the killer's plan was. It's the fact that the killer left the writing on the lantern. There must be a reason for it. Well then, Mr. Wright, let's hear your opinion. Why did the killer leave the message and the blood on the lantern? The killer didn't notice it. Perhaps you gotta get out. Earlier in this trial, you gave me some good advice. Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. Maybe you're not as dumb as I thought. The real killer wanted to disguise the fact that the crime occurred there. If that's the case, they won't have let a bloody writing on the stone lantern on purpose. Therefore, it must be that they didn't notice it. Oh, but that doesn't make any sense. The torches were lit and everything. There's no way any normal person would miss something as glaring as that. You're right. There's no way any normal person would. What are you trying to say, Mr. Wright? There's only one person involved in this incident who could have missed seeing the bloody writing altogether. And who would that be? Who is the person who could have failed to notice the bloody writing? Godot. Take that! Mr. Godot, this is what you said yesterday. אתה לא יכול לראות הכל. You can't see everything. Is that correct, Mr. Godot? This letter was submitted as evidence today. I would like the court to think back to the moment it was first presented. כולם מדברים על ה-writing, על ה-blood writing, אבל גדות לא רואה שום דבר מזה. Mr. Godot, just a minute. There are certain colors you can't see, correct? You can't see red on a white background, can you? That's right. We went through this once before. They're the poisoning case at JVN. Literally אותו הדבר עם מגי בנוגע לקטשופ. שכולם חושבים שזה דם. אבל הוא לא ראה את זה. You could see the coffee on the white apron, but you couldn't see the ketchup because it was red. It's strange. In the black and white photo, those letters would have appeared black to me. I wonder, why am I the only one who can't see them? So then, Mr. Godot, are you admitting it? Are you admitting that you can see red writing on the lantern? Hey, Gramps, didn't you know? That's the reason I don't drink red tea. Wasn't sure about that till now, but I just can't believe it. Prosecutor Godot is the murderer. There's no going back now. I finally figured out the truth! Mr. Godot, the defense at this time formally accuses you. You are the murderer, Mr. Lee Stone, who are also known as Miss Misty Faye. Hard to believe this may be true. However, once again, Mr. Wright has brought up a delinquent fact about you. Just make sure you don't fill out the indictments in red ink, Gramps. Why? How does the graffiti make me to the killer? Besides, it's not like it's my name that's written there. I'm certain that the killer wasn't able to see the color red. This is rich. Go on, Troy. The answer's right there at the crime scene. In the snow. The snow? How so? Well, for example, why did the killer move all that snow? Your Honor, you said yourself. If he wanted to hide the bloody snow, why not take out just that area? Yes, why did he? Did he just take that area? Ah, can it be? Yes, the killer couldn't see the red blood that had speared into the snow. Seeds. And so he had to remove all of the snow. Couldn't be sure where the blood had landed, so he removed the whole area.
Objection!
Is it more likely the killer couldn't see the blood because it was dark? I told you. Not a chance! The torches were all lit. He could have been able to see just fine. It seems that once again, this trial has taken an unexpected turn, to say the least. Can you explain this, Mr. Godot? No. Wait just a minute! Maya! What is it with this? Mr. Godot, is it the killer? After all, he didn't even come to the inner temple. Until 2 days after the murder took place. He didn't show up until after the old bridge got fixed up.
Objection!
Maya! You can't testify to something like that. Why? What do you mean? I look like a bad... After the murder happened, you didn't even exist. Shit, did? I'm afraid I don't follow. Are you senile, old man? We established this just a little while ago. After the murder, this witness was unconscious for a long time. Because she was channeling Dahlia Hawthorne. Oh, that's right. Please, Your Honor, let me just add to my testimony. Nick, please listen to me. Oh, yeah? You plan to cover for Godot no matter what the cost? If that's the case, then I've got no choice. Your Honor, let's hear her testimony. If it means we're going to hear the whole truth, I say we should not silence her. Nicely done, Troy. Very well, let's hear the witness's testimony. Please tell us what happened at the inner temple after the murder. Yes, sir. After I woke up, I began channeling, and my spirit left me, as it were. A little Pearly was there at the inner temple, too. Pearly was also stuck on the inner temple side on that night. The next morning, she looked around, but she couldn't find anyone. The next day, when the bridge was fully fixed, she was in the spare prep room. Then Mr. Godot arrived at the inner temple for the first time. But Pearly first, and chewed her right up. Who is this Pearly? That's my little cousin, Pearl Faye. when did you hear about this? Oh, just a while ago, when I was in the medical office. I'm terribly sorry. What you heard from someone else is simply not admissible as testimony. What? Come on! But I would never tell a lie. She's a way more honest person than I would ever be. Real smart, Maya. You always know the best thing to say when you're under oath. The prosecution has no objection. We'll believe the witness. Mr. Godot. Let's just move on to the cross-examination, if the defense has no objections. This is highly unusual, but... Well, Mr. Wright? Let's get this cross-examination started! Billy was stuck in her temple, and 20 showed her was fine. When the birds survived fixed, she was in the prep room. That's when Godot arrived in the temple for the first time. Ma? Hold it! So it was your first time on the inner temple side, Mr. Godot. That's fun. Am I imagining things or the defense asked me a question? Alright. Please save your questions for the witness. What you heard from someone else is simply not admissible as testimony. Those are your words, Your Honor. Touchy, Mr. Wright. Oh well. What do you have to say, Mr. Godot? רק גדות יכול לדבר על זה, כי הוא אשכרה היה שם, אז כל מה שמאיה אומרת הפרק קודם, זה לא רלוונטי. Hard nights and a hard coffee. That's what I always say. If it had been for this case, I would never have visited there. A freezing cold temple in the mountains, I think I'll pass. I had never visited Hazakura Temple or the Inner Temple, huh? You want to say something, Trite? In any case, I have to find a crack in the Godot's armor. Well, cross-examine Maya, that is. Very well, let's go on with your testimony. After fixing the bridge, the policeman came over with the Inner Temple sign, right? Yes, that Mr. Godot. Found Pearl and cheered her right up. Hold it! He cheered her up? That's what Pearl said. He said he was a very nice older gentleman. Thank you for looking after my costume, Mr. Godot. Heroes, I think you were nothing more than a coffee addict. Cut it out. You're making me blush. This guy's really beginning to get on my nerves. In more ways than one. The truth is there aren't that many places to look on the Inner Temple side. The policemen were all busy going over the garden with fine-toothed combs. So I decided to carry out the investigation in my own Godot style. I'm in the same way. I like to hand down verdicts in my own way. Judge style. Jurassic! Maybe I should ask some questions. Phoenix style. Investigation. You said I could have an investigation on your own. Did you find anything? Looks like my investigation went as well as yours, Trite. After all, I did miss the bloody lane riding on the land. Well, I didn't miss it, so speak for yourself, Goggles. The only thing I discovered was the beauty in the training hall. Beauty? Misty Faye, naturally. Clad in a stunning Japanese garb, surrounded by a hue of aroma of Western tastes. Western tastes? Can you find a stranger way to describe gravy? Oh, from there you headed for the prep room. Wait a second. What did you say now? I think I found this rail weak spot. Proper rail weak spot. But I am Misty Faye. بس ما جاء investigation. היא הייתה מכוסה. אז איך היה אפשר לדעת? בדיוק, איך מסנט. There's only one thing of any importance here. What was going on when the murder was taking place? Must have already been at the end of the temple when it happened. Otherwise, he couldn't have killed Billy Stonen. שנייה. Oh my god! זה אשכרה כן עבד! לא הייתי בטוח! וואו. Mr. Godot! The first time you crossed Dusky Bridge and went into the inner temple was long before the murder took place. Why do you say that? Because he just made one fatal slip-up. A hanging scroll in the training hall. Hanging scroll? What? Mr. Godot's right. That scroll shows a picture of my mother. Maya? I know you know who it is, but there's something you didn't know. By the time the bridge had been repaired, 2 days after the murder, hanging scroll in the training hall looked like this. What's that wonderfully delicious smell? The morning of the crime! Someone covered it with gravy. Gravy? Why gravy, Nick? Because gravy was more than a condiment to the culprit. It was much more than condiment to the culprit. Well, Mr. Godot, if you really hadn't seen the hanging scroll until after the murder, you wouldn't have any way of knowing that it was Misty Faye. Oh. Wait a minute, Nick! Yes? Take another look at the hanging scroll. Look, at the top. There's a crest there. Oh, that. It's the mark of the master, correct? Exactly! So you know what, if you know the meaning of the mark, you could guess that it was the picture of Misty Faye on there. True, but Mr. Godot described what was underneath, like this. Clad in her stunning Japanese garb surrounded by a hue of aroma of Western tastes. Oh. Yes, it's possible that he knew what the crest meant. However, he could have known that she was wearing Japanese clothing. Mr. Godot, on the day of the murder, you were hiding at the inner temple long before the crime took place. Wow. Can I ask you for just one little thing, Trite? What is it? This whole theory of yours. It all rests on a certain assumption. That I knew beforehand that a crime was going to be committed. That's right. Otherwise, there's no reason for it to sneak onto the crime scene. Of course, Mr. Godot knew about the plan. Huh? What did you say? Is it really possible that another person knew the plan? It's up to us. Open what's full. This crime was actually planned over a year ago. Morgan Faye offered the plan to her for her daughter's future. And these instructions were hidden somewhere in Faye Manor for a year. However, by the time Little Purples found these instructions, they had already been unsealed. Unsealed? Yes. The killer had read these instructions long before pros ever found them. That's how I knew a crime was going to take place at the inner temple. And you still insist this crafty killer is me? You bagged him! But you just said that the instructions were hidden. That's right. Mr. Good didn't know where the instructions were hidden. If you really wanted to know, and what great chance to find out. Yes, and when was that? During a visit. A visit? Morgan Fay told her daughter Pearl about where the hidden instructions were hidden. During one of her visits to the detention center. That would be the only time for someone to have learned where they were hidden. Eavesdropping on a visit at a detention center? Yes, it could be arranged if you were with someone with easy access in or out of there. Like, for example, a prosecutor such as Mr. Godot. Or, Mr. Godot, you're under fire again. This work could not have carried out without prior knowledge. And you were the only one who could have acquired information before the murder. Humans are afraid of the dark. And yet, at the same time, we're fascinated and bewitched by it. Maybe that's why humans drink the darkness that is coffee. Sorry for always asking, but what does that mean? It means there is a reason for everything. According to your theory, the killer in this case eavesdropped on the conversation during a jail visit where he learned of a hidden plan for a crime. After discovering the plans, he hid somewhere in the inner temple and waited for the crime to occur. Then he ultimately took a person's life. And he did all this just to protect this witness? That's right! If you're accusing me of this crime, I have to ask you, why would I do this? This girl is nothing but a stranger to me. I've got no reason to go through that kind of trouble to protect her. I am what you see. I am certainly a type to rescue the damsel in distress. No, okay. Recidiva fare magari da slash di commando. His behavior is certainly extreme, for lack of a better word. Considering that the killer wanted to protect this witness's life. His behavior is still a little too unnatural. However, if you had a good reason, didn't you, Mr. Godot? An unshakable reason that you were forced to protect this witness at all costs. I know it. You figured it out, haven't you, Nick? Maya. I guess you were doing your best to cover for Godot. For the same reason, huh? Okay, it's right. I'm all ears. Let's hear it. It's very simple. Maya Fey is a lot more than just a stranger to you. What's this? There's one person who lies at the very center of this whole story. One person that ties you and Maya Fey inextricably. Mia. Take that! There's a very good reason why Maya Fey's life is so precious to you. After all, she's Mia Fey's only sister. Mia Fey. You once worked alongside her. That was when you were a defense attorney. Wait a second here. Mr. Godot is a defense attorney? With your honor's piercing intellect, you must have figured it out by now. The real name of this man who calls himself Godot. His real name is Diego Armando. Isn't that right? Oh my god, סוף כל הסוף. Diego Armando. The last time someone called me by that name was over 6 years ago. Diego Armando. That name rings a bell. It should, Your Honor. Oh, this is an interesting case. Terry Falls. A case in which a convict named Terry Falls killed himself. Mia Fey's first time in court. The tragic outcome left a deep wound in her heart. She knew that behind it all was a heartless, scheming demoness in disguise. But in the end, Mia couldn't tear off that disguise. It's got tear off. However, there was one man who reached out to help her. Diego Armando, a senior defense attorney at the office where Mia worked. Café. Uma café. That terrible beginnings. זה היה הסוף של הקייס. I was moved by her. The way she put all her faith in her clients. The pure, sweet heart of hers. That's why I could never forgive Dahlia Hawford. Me and I thoroughly investigated the fake kidnapping incident. Then one fateful day, Dahlia wanted to meet with me. It happened 6 months since that trial. We went in the courthouse cafeteria. Ah, I just remembered. 6 years ago, right here in this courtroom, you were poisoned. Even I didn't see it coming. Dahlia Hoffman slipped some poison into my coffee. A newspaper at the time called it a murder. Very little information about the case was released to the press. But you weren't dead at all! No official reports ever actually called it a murder. I was just in a deep, deep coma. You see, my body shut down, and my life became nothing but a long, deep sleep. That woman's poisoned a real number on my central nervous system. I lost my sight, and all my hair turned white due to the damage it caused. Of course it's about my poisoning! That's terrible. Apparently it was a weird miracle that I ever regained a consciousness. 5 years had passed since I drank that poisoned brew. Then one morning, my eyes flew open from the smell of a doctor's cup of coffee. 5 years? You were asleep for 5 years? And the worst possible news was waiting for me. Mia Fey was dead. From the very moment I opened my eyes, I'd already lost everything I thought I had. The woman I loved had been murdered, and the woman I loved had been sentenced to death. The woman you loathed? The woman was spiked by scalding hot coffee. Dahlia Hawford. Good old Mia. She didn't let me down. She got her revenge before she checked out. In the end, there wasn't anyone waiting for me when I woke up. That's so sad. For someone like me, for someone who had slept away their best days, there were only two reasons left to live. And it was for those two reasons I've decided to become a prosecutor. If I may ask, what were those two reasons to live? The first was you, right? Huh? Me? If I hadn't drank that stupid poison, Faye would never have died, much less the way she did. You were the only one who was there to protect her, but you let her die. It was all your fault. It wasn't like that. I wanted to see for myself what kind of man you really were. So, that's why you became a prosecutor? My other reason for leaving, she goes by the name of Faye. Huh? You mean me? You were the only way I could make up for the sin of not saving Mia. 1 year ago, when the Korean village incident was resolved, it was obvious that Morgan Faye was planning something. Whatever her evil plan was, I was determined to stop it. My role as a prosecutor put me in the perfect position to do something about her. That's how you overheard process to visit with Morgan at the detention center. I knew that the time was drawing near. Since I knew the plan, I thought I could foil it. My goal was to outwit the plan. I thought if I could do that, I could kick up that girl from being caught up in it. That makes sense. If Prose had known that the actual purpose of the plan was to kill Maya, he would have helped out. Finally, the day of the plan was drawing near. I contacted both of my accomplices. Accomplices? Iris of the Temple and Misty Faye. I especially needed the help of Iris. She was to take the fall in my backup plan in case we couldn't control Pearl Faye. What? How did you contact my mother? She'll been missing for almost 20 years. Officially, yes. What do you mean officially? You heard about it, haven't you? About the strong ties between the main family and the government. Now that you mention it, the kid did say something like to that effect. He said something that the master of Korean had great authority. Even without her official position, Mr. Faye still wielded great influence. The police have been keeping an eye on her movement all this time. That's how I was able to contact her. Again, because of my position as a prosecutor. So your mother is cooperating with you? Don't ever forget. No matter how far away from you she was, she never stopped thinking about you. She was always... That's why I knew she would do anything to protect you. If you want to know how strong her resolve to protect you was, look at her staff. Her staff? The one with the sword in it? The day the plan was to be carried out soon enough arrived soon enough. We met for the first time at Hazakura Temple. That's when your mother showed me her special staff. I realized it then, just how far she was willing to go. She was ready to use that sword to protect you from Morgan Faye if necessary. Even if it meant paying the ultimate price. Mother? Oh. That night, the night of the crime, there was just one way to stop Morgan's evil plan. You mean pearls, don't you? You had to make sure that she didn't channel Dahlia Hoffer. וזה למה אליס רצתה לעשות סטולינג בעזרת לקרוא ספרים. We thought we could prevent her from playing her part in Morgan's plan. But she never showed up. She was worried and followed me today in the temple. That was the thing we were most afraid of. And that's why Miss DeFay had to do the channeling herself. She channeled Dahlia Hoffer into her own body. What? What do you mean? If she channeled the spirit first, then Pearls wouldn't be able to do it herself. As Master of Karain, Miss DeFay's ability was supreme. So that's how it went down. She channeled Dahlia Hoffer so that Pearl Faye wouldn't be able to. Okay, wow. What? Is this true? My role in the plan was to make sure no one's going to hurt Maya Faye. That's why I hid myself at the inner temple. Just in case you had to be safe from Dahlia Hoffer. Don't. Anyway, that's all I'm going to admit to. Sure, right? Huh? There's no doubt about it. You're a great defense attorney. But you're going to have to do the rest for yourself. The background leading up to this incident have been laid bare. There's just one question remaining, Mr. Wright. Who killed the victim? There are only two possible suspects right now. Maya Faye, I'm sad to say, you, Mr. Godot. Well, tried. If you're the real deal, let's finish this thing once and for all. Show us by the shadow of the doubt you can finish this on your own. No, Nick, please don't. Maya, I heard the whole thing from my sister in the medical office. That's why I have to protect Mr. Godot. I can't do it. I can't testify against him. After all, he's the man who put his life on the line to protect Mia. And me too. Oh, I know that. Nick. And even so, doesn't absolve him from his crime. Please, Maya, testify. Miss Faye. Your testimony, please. This is the final testimony. Don't bother trying to hide anything, because I'll know. I want to hear the truth from your own lips. I understand. I'm sure you're right. I'm ready now, Nick. Right, young lady. Tell us about the moments before you lost consciousness. What exactly happened at the time of the murder? Just before it happened, I think I saw some red lights. 3 of them. Oh, that's for help, but just then I was splattered with blood. Even that though, I just struck back at the enemy behind her. Suddenly the red lights went out and the whole area was dark. Just know that at that moment, there was a horrible scream. Right after that, Dahlia collapsed and lost consciousness. These red lights. I thought you said you don't remember seeing them. I'm sorry. I thought I saw them, but they disappeared all of a sudden. Things break, right? Even the best of theories. Who wanted to stop Misty Faye? You look like you still can't prove it. Why are you telling the truth this time? I know it. The rest is up to me. Well then, Mr. Wright. See we were a final cross-examination of the witness. A final cross-examination של alive! ושל המשחק, כנראה, please! Saw red lights. As the four harbors of blood. She wasn't dying, but she struck back at the enemy. Suddenly she did disappear, and the whole area was dark. Just one there was a horrible scream. After that, Dolly collapsed. They went out? Yes, suddenly I couldn't see them at all. What do they mean? If the red lights were coming from Godot's mask, and the way went out right in the middle of the fight, maybe the mask was damaged. Or maybe it was knocked off. Or maybe the batteries ran out. Right. Maybe this little red pinhead looking light just stopped working. Blah. What could really happen then? What do you mean by just at that moment? Do you remember when the red lights went out? Yes, that's right. The scream that you heard then, was it Dahlia Hawthorne? I don't think so. I'm pretty sure it was a man's voice. What? So then, that scream came from the killer. That's got to be it. I think Dahlia Hawthorne must have been taking the blade and attacked the killer with it. And then the killer let out a scream of pain, huh? After that, the killer stole the blade back and delivered the final blow, I guess. Well, Mr. Wright, seems to make sense to me. Sounds like a reasonable deduction, but I still kind of wonder. There's a contradiction. And again, there's a contradiction when you יש. Sorry to say this, but that interpretation could create an enormous contradiction. That makes sense. For all my detection, I was certainly never correct. Remember the testimony she just gave? Before the killer let out a scream, my message had already been splattered with the victim's blood. In other words, the blade in the staff had already been plunged into the victim. Ah, is that right? She couldn't have struck back with a sword that was already stuck in her body. The weapon that caused the killer to let out a scream must have been something other than the staff. Is that dagger? שזה בעצם הדבר היחיד שיש לו בעצם דם עליו. If you're so sure about that, then don't keep us waiting any longer, Trudge. There's only one thing I can think of. That could have been used as a weapon here. Dahlia Hawthorne had already been stabbed in the back by the staff. What could she have used to strike back at the killer? Dagger. Naturally, the dagger the killer brought to the scene of the crime. Oh, that's right. I forgot about that. The dagger was found at the crime scene stuck into a pine tree. Yes, the detective found that this morning and brought it to me. Dahlia Hawthorne was struck back at the killer with this. And she managed to wound him as well.
Objection!
But just because the loud scream doesn't mean he was wounded. Just for all we know, the blood on the dagger coming from the victim.
Objection!
You've forgotten that the blood has already been tested? Since we learned that it wasn't the victim's blood, it must be the killer's blood. The killer must have a wound somewhere in his body. You're saying that the blood on his dagger belonged to the killer. Exactly. A DNA analysis of the blood will prove it beyond a shadow of a doubt. And yes, Mr. Godot, it would prove that it was your blood. Nice speech, right? Or in the court. Is the end? Have I done it? Have I done it? Have I done it? I mean, he won't be able to change the results of a scientific test. Let me ask you something, Troy. Let's just say it turns out that I was the killer. Do you really think I would be stupid enough to leave evidence like that? What? Just speak up for a second. This dagger was found this morning by a detective and brought to me. There was already blood, correct? But even so, I was the one who brought this dagger here to the courtroom. Yes. What does that prove? Well, if I really were the killer, I could have washed the blade off and then plant another person's blood on it. Can't be! In any case, there's one thing I can guarantee, right? The blood. It doesn't belong to me. Not a chance. What? Oh my god. In any event, it seems to be established that the killer was wounded. Right there, witness. I tell you that the... Oh. Wait a minute! What's the problem? I know I probably shouldn't say this, but there is a big contradiction in Nick's explanation. Maya! This dagger, you said it wounded the killer. That's right. But, just because I really been cut with the dagger, his clothing should have been bloody or have a rip in them, right? Maya? Maybe he just changed his clothes? That would solve the contradiction pretty easily. What are you talking about? It's not as simple as that. It's not that simple at all. Remember back in the day of the murder? Everyone that was in the temple site got trapped here. Got trapped there. Ah, that's right. And once the bridge was fixed, the police headed to the inner temple. Mr. Godot was already there waiting for them. He never had a chance to change his clothes. Ah! Or on the court. I can witness this is true. Well, maybe he brought and changed the clothes with him. Why? Well, I could predicted the lightning strike that shut down the bridge. Why would anyone have brought a change of clothes? Did George take smart pills during the last recess? Well then, maybe the killer took off his clothes before he committed the murder. That way he couldn't get any blood on them.
Objection!
That's impossible, Troy. No Coley gets up there late at night. After a few minutes with no clothes on, you'll be frozen solid. Ah! Ah! So that's all you've got? I know you weren't tough enough to finish this. Right now, if Mia Fey were here... Mia Fey were here... Sure, I'll close the book on this case already. Mia Fey were here? Oh, come on, Wright! Can you do it or not? How about it, Mr. Wright? You accused Mr. Goodell of being the killer. But can you prove it? Have you got even one piece of evidence? This is same. בדרך מה? השתמשנו בו פה? לא נסף כלום, גו אפילו שאני יודע שזה דייגו ארמנדו. אוקיי. The question is whether I can prove it or not. The fact is, I have to prove it. There's only one choice I have. I was taught that it's one of the rules being a lawyer. I can prove it. I'm going to bring a magnificent phrase to fruition just as you want it. Ha! That's good. Fire to the bitter end, right? Since there's just one piece of evidence that can prove your point. What if we go to the unlimited book? Zachary, especially! I'm trying to pressure me, Mr. Goodell, because it doesn't matter to me. I'm gonna want piece of evidence I need. Give me a break. We've got nothing, Trent. What do I do at a time like this? It's simple. I'm gonna think outside the box and approach this from a different angle. Right then, Mr. Wright. Let's hear what you've got. There's one thing I've demonstrated in the previous cross-examination. The killer was wounded. That was proved by the blood and the dagger. But you said it was impossible for him to have hidden such a wound. If he had been cut by a dagger, there should have been a blood stain on his clothing. There is one place. One place the killer could have hidden his wound. What did you say? Okay. This is it. Last chance. I think about this from a different angle. Oh my god, אני אשכרה מפחד. I don't need to think about why there were no blood stains in his clothing. I need to show how he hid this. Oh! It's the end of the line! The foul stops, right? Let's see what you've got. Where is this location where you said the killer hit his wound? That's kind of like lotion. אם אני אומר שזה גדות, זה חייב להיות הווייזר שלו. Ha! Heard what you're talking about. And frankly, I don't need to know. What I know is that you'll never be as half as a lawyer as she was. Isn't that right, Wright? Oh! What was that just now? Yeah. It can't be. Moving on. For him? Even as we speak, you're still hiding the wound. Oh my god, Tinato. This is תפסתי את זה! Oh my god, תפסתי את זה! זה השקרה יפה! Oh! זה כמה זה פה. It's beneath your mask! Identified! The red lights give out but your suddenly disappeared. Second side, the killer on stream. That's right. Your mask went flying off your face! Mr. Goodell, would you mind removing your mask? If you have a dagger wound under there somewhere, then I'd say this whole case is solved! Oh! Oh my god, yes! It's the case! Oh my god! Oh my god, כבר חוזר. אוקיי, חזרתי. מצטער על זה. Just now, I saw a spirit in you. I never liked you. 6 years ago. You helped out the woman who put me to sleep by hiding her bottle of poison. And then, while I was sleeping, you let me die. But you didn't care. You just kept on living your pathetic, happy-go-lucky life. You even had the nerve to follow in her footsteps as a lawyer. I could never forgive you. That's what I thought. Mr. Godot. But I was wrong about you. I knew it from the very beginning. The truth is, the only person who I could never find it in my heart to forgive was me. You? Yourself? I was the one who had failed to protect Mia. Me and no one else. Tried to avert my eyes from the truth. To escape from the harshness of reality. Just couldn't face Mia's death head on, so I ran. I hid behind a mask. Threw away my true name. I couldn't even deal with being a defense there anymore, so I quit. But you saved Maya! Yeah, that was my plan. Up until just now, anyway. What do you mean? Were you listening, Maya? I really wanted to save you. And there's one person I should have gone and talked to right away. Who would that be? Talking about Nick? But I didn't do it. I tried to get the help of Iris and your mother. But... What was that? אוקיי, אני מקווה שאני יכול לסיים את זה. But, close my eyes to the most important man involved. Do you know why? The real reason? No, why? I suppose I wasn't really interested in saving you at all. Huh? I think I was just trying to salvage what's left of my own broken soul. Tried to make up for the fact I couldn't save Mia. Nothing more. That's why I let you walk right into a situation I knew was dangerous. Forgive me. You're wrong. You put your life on the line to save Maya. Was it really for Maya's sake? Even I'm not really sure. What do you mean by that? That night, in the darkness of the garden, when I saw her silhouette. A part of me must have known the truth. The truth that it wasn't really Dahlia Harford standing there in front of me. It could have been Miss Faye, or even the little girl. But still, I picked up the blade. It was like I was dreaming. I'm not sure exactly what was going to what was going on in my mind at that point. Was I really motivated by the purest desire to protect my affair? Or was it something else? Was it my hatred for a woman who had stolen everything from me 6 years earlier? Could have been simply a desire for revenge? And now, I don't know anything anymore. I did learn something today, however. Finally realized that I was the arrogant one. I was just chasing an illusion, fantasy. Stupid fantasy of defeating you in the court. You were the one who made me realize my fall. You never ran away from me as death. Instead, you picked up where she left off. I'm the true defender of people. Oh my god, זה היה יכול להיות הרבה יותר טוב. זה היה יכול להיות סקרינשוט יותר טוב, oh my god. In that moment, I understood everything. Stick it out. I think you already know this, but if you don't, my name is Diego Armando. Mr. Armando, I believe in you. I know you were trying to save me. Oh. Thanks. נעשה את זה, נראה מאוד טוב. שנייה אחת. הופה. גם נראה מאוד טוב. Your wound! It's bleeding! Did you forget already? In my world, the color red doesn't exist. These must be my tears. Tears? Ever since I woke up from my coma, I think I've been waiting for this very moment. Mr. Armando, you'll do well to try to remember this smile. The only one a lawyer can cry is when it's all over. Wow. זה היה מטורף. This time, it really is all over, isn't it? Defendant? Yes, Your Honor? Though you weren't directly involved in the murder, tampering with the body in the crime scene is a serious offense in itself. I understand, Your Honor. Mr. Armando explained that to me very carefully. I knew the risk and I willingly cooperated anyway. Very well. Before I hand down my verdict, is there something you would like to say? Well, there is one thing. I'd like to say something to Mr. Wright. I want to apologize to you. Apologize? To me? For what? For the case 5 years ago, of course. I just remembered. Weren't you poisoned by your own lover? Not exactly, but yeah, something like that. Even now, 5 years later, I can hardly believe it. She was going to do it. She was planning to kill me. It's not all that surprising. The two of you hardly know each other. Ma? Huh? What do you mean? You and my sister. We only met twice. Huh? We only met twice? The first time you met was on that fateful day. The day she poisoned Mr. Armando in the cafeteria in this very courtroom. The next day you met was her. What met her was 8 months later. Met her again the day that she stole your cold medicine. And Dog Swallow was killed. No way! It can't be true. I mean, during our old relationship we were For those 8 months, the woman that you fought was Dahlia Hawthorne. Wasn't actually my sister. Huh? It wasn't Dahlia? But Iris. Oh, one day you can forgive me, Finny. You mean? That's right. I lied to you for 8 months. Why? Why would you do such a thing? Ever since you gave you the ball that day, my sister was trying to get it back as soon as she possibly could. Because of the police investigation and their surveillance, she couldn't move about freely. So that's why you... My sister, from the beginning, she was prepared for the worst. Prepared for the worst? She thought it might somehow discover the truth. And that's why she was always ready to deal with you at a moment's notice. And it says it's a screenshot. You're just ready to kill me, don't you? Well, you had so much to answer for. I didn't want any more sins on her soul. I begged her not to do it, and she agreed to give me a chance. And that's why you came to me. You came to get the ball, the pendant, back from me in her place. I couldn't get you to give it back. I feel it's something even as simple as that. 8 months passed and I still couldn't get it back from you. Finally, I still couldn't wait any longer. Was Doug's phone närrad? She didn't consult me about her plans that day. It was the first time that ever happened. It was a bit strange, wasn't it? Up until that day, you two were partners in crime. And she would confer with you. I think she must have noticed. Noticed what? My feelings for you. I had found out that she was planning to kill you. I would have done whatever was necessary to stop her. Even if it meant her life. Or mine. Iris! After spending 8 months, those 8 months by your side, my feelings toward you, they changed. I have something to say to you too. Yes? You really are the person I thought you were. Even after Dahlia Hawthorne was found guilty, I still believed in you. Aww. Thank you. Oh my god. How many cups of darkness have I drank over the years? Even I don't know. I'll tell you though. Right now, this one here is the greatest cup I think I've ever had. Don't you think so, Felix Wright? Oh! Dr. Fett! Yeah, I think you're right. The purpose of this trial was to rule on the murder of the victim, at least two of them. At some point, I expect you to be tried as your role as accomplice in this case. I understand, Your Honor. Very well. On the charge of murder, I find the defendant not guilty. Yes! Court is now adjourned. העשיר בפברואר ב-51, דפנדנט קורט לובי מספר 1. דפנדנט לובי 1. So I guess it's all over. The way everything ended. Was justice really served? The man who risked his life to save Maya is being sent to prison by his own hand. Of course, justice was served. Meow! I'm proud of you, Phoenix. The defense was truly brilliant. But I couldn't save Mr. Armando, the man who cared so deeply for you. Wrong, Phoenix. You did save Diego. You saved him in the only way possible. I mean, with that verdict? I think one day you will understand too. Phoenix, I want you to remember one thing. You are as good out there today as any defense attorney could ever hope to be. There's nothing more you can learn from me. Mia! You've accomplished something I wasn't able to. I owe you a great deal. Thank you. Mia. I'm sure we'll meet again. Someday, Phoenix. I've had a lot of cases and seen a lot of things. Along this journey, I found myself asking just one question. What does it really mean to defend someone? I suppose today's case produced one possible answer. Nick? Maya? I guess it's just like my sis said. Yeah? What did she say? That night, when I challenged Mia to get her advice on what to do, this is what she wrote back in my notebook. Don't worry, Phoenix will save everyone in the end. But, Mom, I can't help with that gloomy face. Did you see? Me, sis, I'm sure Iris too. We owe you for everything you've done for us, Nick. Maya, how? How can you be so bright and chipper after all that's happened? You were brutally attacked. You were inside your own mother murdered. Ouch! Franziska! Still softy as always, Phoenix Wright. אני חייב לעשות את זה. כמו שאני אומר, אני חייב פורצ'טס. זה רלוונטי. Sarah, work, right? Edgeworth! Huh? Mr. Edgeworth? When did you get back? Oh, that's right. I guess no one filled her in on that. Edgeworth and Cisco have actually been helping me. Helping you? If those two that haven't been here on the first day of the trial, the defense wouldn't have gotten anywhere. Wow, but where were you, Nick? I heard he fell into a river and caught a nasty cold, which forced him to sleep all day. Yes, he lay in bed shivering from his fever with Iris's hood pulled over his head. Oh, ouch. Talk about embarrassing, Nick. You definitely need more training. Anyway, thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. And you too, Franziska? I suppose, Misa. Oh, Lemmy. I suppose there's one for me in this group hug, is there? Oh, Larry! What's with the, longer than usual face? I realized something when I was reborn. I really realized that Larry was never used to anyone, not even once. That's not true, right, Nick? What? You're asking me? Well, Nick, is it true? I've got a place in this world, right? Huh? Oh, yeah. Of course. Anyway, I would be better off if I were gone for good. No. Yeah. Those portraits you painted, they were really good. Isn't that right, Edgeworth? What? Me? Why are you making that face, huh, Edgy? Oh, well, yes, indeed. I certainly can say that they lack resemblance. Do you really mean it? What about you, Francie? Did that job well too? The My beauty can't possibly be captured by a mere crayon. Nevertheless, I recognize effort. The effort you put into it, and that's worth something. Will you do it? Like you promised? I'm going tomorrow for my next picture book. Shut up. Don't get carried away. Shut up, Larry. Well, how about that? Guess painting portraits is the only thing I'm good at. Painting of Pearl was pretty darn good too, if you ask me. Huh? Now that you mention it, I haven't seen her around. Come on, Okay, חזרתי, בוא נקווה שאני יכול לסיים את זה אשכרה מאוד מהר. Pearls, where could she have gone? Maybe she would have made a beeline for Maya. Oh, I'll go look for her. Be right back. Okay. Hey, Pearlie! Right. You seem to be uncharacteristically puzzled. I suspect you are wondering how Maya can be so cheerful despite all that has happened. Yeah. To be honest, I can't understand it either. Franziska! That's right. She left her father fairly recently as well. I think I understand how she feels. Maya is such a wiser person than she appears. And I think she realizes something. Now is exactly the time when she needs to be as strong as she can. What do you mean by now is exactly the time? Maya wasn't the only one who was badly wounded by this incident. In fact, there was someone that was hurt far more deeply than she was. I believe it for the person that Maya is trying her best not to cry. Someone who was hurt more deeply than Maya? It was. I think I'm starting to understand too. Oh! Then tell me, Phoenix Wright, who is Maya Faye being strong for? Pearl. Take that! Pearl Faye. Poor kid. After all, the reason why that she worked so hard to follow the instructions was because she loved and believed in her mother, Morgan. It's for the good of the Faye clan. I'm sure she believed in every last word. She thought she was doing something for Maya, and that's why she was happy. It shows how truly devoted she is to Maya. It's a cruel irony that it was her exuberance that led to this tragedy. Maya Faye's mother was killed and Maya herself was put into the deepest peril imaginable. And that is exactly why Maya is putting on a brave face. She's doing it for Pearl's sake. Until she can smile again. She can see her smile again. Oh hey, so this is where you all were. אתה היית כל הזמן גם שלא ראיתי אותך בכלל. Whoa, looks like we got a bunch of teeth. Hey, what was that for, sir? Sorry about that, Scruffy. My wife just seems to have a mind of its own. What's up, Detective Gumshoe? Oh, you know, this and that. Anyway, congrats on your win! Let's go out tonight. Dinner's on me! I saw I just got gone by a teeny weeny bit, but that's alright. My reservation at the first-class French restaurant tonight. Ah! Pretty good work, Scruffy. That whip was your reward. Detective Gumshoe. You said first-class French restaurant. You know what I mean? Maybe yeah. Where else? Right? We're doomed. Come on, let's go, everyone. Can't keep Maggie waiting, pal. Hey, you, Grammy. You're invited too. Oh, don't forget about me. Well, I will be at the loser shack eating potatoes. No, Maya's taking an awfully long time to get back. She's still out looking for pearls. Oh! Oh, Maya! What's wrong? Nick, what do I do? Pearlie, I can't find her anywhere. Huh? I'll bet she just went back home. That's all. I thought so too, so I called the village. But no one has heard from her. This has never happened before. As I figured, she has been badly hurt by this incident. She feels responsible for the tragedy that has befallen you, Maya. But none of this was her fault. What should I do? Detective Gumshoe? Yeah, what is it, pal? Could you guys go on ahead? But what about you? Maya and I we'll join you once we find pearls. Nick! Don't worry about us, Detective Gumshoe. Maybe a little late, but we'll still definitely be there. We had a lot of celebrating to do tonight, and I wouldn't miss it for the world. Yeah, me too, pal. Very well, Phoenix Wright. We'll go on ahead. Don't keep us waiting, right? We won't. But where should we look? We could barely have gone. Let's go, Maya. There's only one place I can figure the pearl might have gone to. Oh. Hazakura Temple main gate. Hazakura Temple? The pearls? I bet this is a very important place. After all, it's where this whole incident started. What's this? You're all back again so soon? Why? Sister Bikini? I thought we'll be eating mashed potatoes alone tonight. So she's here? Pearlie is here? She's at the train hall. Why don't you hurry along and go see her? Okay. Pearlie's not here. Ah! Maya! The hanging scroll! Ah! Someone clean it off! It's got to be pearls. Ah! Mystic Maya! Oh, Pearlie! Why did you just leave like that? Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya! Oh my god. Oh. I swore I will never trouble the two of you ever again. Because it's all my fault that Mystic Maya's mother. That's why you came here? It's the least I could do, to pray for your happiness. You don't have to do that, Pearlie. It wasn't your fault. You didn't do anything wrong. Of course, I'm sad now that my mother is gone. But, how do I say this? I'm still happy. You don't have to lie just to make me feel better. No, really. It's true. The only reason I'm still here is all thanks to everyone who was there for me. My sis, my mother, Mr. Armando, Nick, and you. If even one of you went there, I'm sure I wouldn't still be alive right now. That's why I have to be strong. For all the people that were there for me when I needed them. That's all I can really do. Mystic Maya. I'm impressed. You truly are the daughter of Mystic Misty. Sister Bikini. Your mother, Mystic Misty, was a strong woman indeed. I want to tell her that she said that to me. What she said to me that night. After dishonoring the good name of Crane, I don't have the right to face my daughter. But still, Maya's always in my thoughts. It's true, she'll always be with me until the day I die. Your spirit was with her. That's why your mother was so strong. Even at the end, I'm sure she had no regrets. She'll always be with me until the day I die, huh? There's a rule or something all masters are to follow, isn't there? To never take the charm off until the day you die? That's the master's talisman! The thing that Misty kept by her heart and would never take off. It wasn't the container that was important, rather it was the contents. Ah! That's... Oh no. A phone? Ah! Mother... So it's natural for living creatures to fight to protect their own lives. But what makes us human is that we fight for others. But who do you fight for? How hard you must fight. That's the true measure of what human life is worth. The defense attorneys are warriors who are constantly challenged by that question. Oh! Even when the battle is over and the bonds that connect us are severed, we always return, time and time again. Mia, Maya, Rose, Mr. Armando, and Maya's mother too. I learned that from all of them. Wow. Well, shall we get going? Everyone is waiting. Ah. This is a day to remember. A day when lots of things were finally put to rest. I think we should celebrate that what we've overcome today. But I still can't. Oh, go on, sweet. You can come back for training anytime. Okay. Alright. I'm going to make a brand new start too. Sticky, I'll be back for more training, I promise. Oh no, I won't go easy on you just because you're the future master. I'll make sure to prepare reservations for free when you come back. Alright, and we're going to have a great feast today, Pearly. You know why? Because training is a battle of endurance. Okay, Mr. Maya, I'll eat lots and lots of food tonight. No, there's one thing I don't get. I probably don't want to, but... What is it, Nick? Reservations for training is final, but wait for free. Come on, what do you think? You're one of us, Nick. Next time you can train right along us. Huh? Oh, my God.